Good morning. Well, I don't know how much riding we're doing. What's up, everyone? Ooh. So, yeah, just you feeling okay? Food poisoning is a bitch. It's it's been rough. The worst part is I felt way better last night, and then at like 6 a.m. this morning, it got so much worse. Just an FYI, if you puke on stream, I'm out temporarily. Thanks, man. That's fair. I wouldn't judge you. Bank of Canada went with 0.5 instead of 0.75. That's interesting. Yeah, no, I've been drinking Pedialyte and it's a little bit better. I wasn't even gonna start the stream, but so far I've gone, more than 45 minutes without throwing up. So I'm in the golden zone, you know. You still look like $1 million. Well, net worth isn't everything. Yes, Pex? It's provocative. It'd be nice if the prices of things went up. Sniffing on hand sanitizer temporarily relieves nausea. So just take rubbing alcohol and spray it all over the room. Get like a lot of surface area. Upstart, any news? I have no idea, man. I don't see anything very interesting. Partnering with like more credit unions and small banks. How's the Opex looking this morning? Still good, somehow now bad. Somehow sort of similar. I mean, obviously market pressure is not as strong today with the Microsoft earnings and the Google earnings last night. It hasn't really stopped the slow march of the market maker deleverage to the upside, but it's pulled it back a little, I guess. Or it's slowed down the bulls more than anything. It makes you feel better. At least you didn't get food poisoning trying to make fun times at a girl's house. Have your sister pick you and get your car because you couldn't drive. Okay. Yeah. That sounds terrible. No, if you feel like you're about to, yeah, let's just not talk about vomit. Ooh, gap fill? Did you catch the Bobby filings? No. Did they file something? Usually when they suppress this hard, it's an Opex. Yeah, they're still fighting back into Wednesday. I mean, I don't like the look of it. I don't know, with the market rising again, I'm not sure that means that we're not going to get like a little opportunity to sell off some calls and get out of call positions, but like Upstart though is a little bit of a different story. It's really starting to push against that flip point. I don't know how much more pressure it needs. BBY finished a $12 million share offering and started a new $150 million filing. So they're going to sell even more shares? Man, how great for the shorts. If you're up for it, can you talk about BTU? Yeah, what do you want to know about BTU? They're a coal producer. They mine coal. Most of the world's power plants are still run on coal. Nerve has options now. Well, that's a bit late, isn't it? Screenshot of the AK and Quant cord. Launch and completion of the company's 12 million share at the money offering. Authorization of new $150 million at the market offering. Ugh, rough. Imagine buying back your stock only to dilute it at a lower fucking price months later. It's not a good look. Maybe they just can't get anybody to come in and hold warrants. BTC to 100K. Uh-huh. That's crazy talk, Darth. Why not take a few days off? Because when you trade for a living, there are no days off. If you don't show up to work, shit doesn't get done. It's not like there's other people there handling it for you. And, maybe they'll be a little less efficient without your presence. It's just nothing would happen. Or you could potentially lose large amounts of money, depending on what you're doing at the time. Upstart, $80. 123 viable calls. Viable or too aggressive? I mean, it's like IV positioning, right? So they're viable, but you'd still be paying theta on them. There's definitely a theta cost there, right? SPX pushing back up into the 3850 range. I mean, that's kind of good for us. Let me check the let me check the gamma positioning on GME real quick. Uh, oh man, yeah. It's still just like a brick wall up to $30. That's annoying. If there's Opex covering, we should start to see dark pools hit around 10:30. Yeah. Let me check. Let me check the liquidity levels real quick. Weird. They got a little bit of liquidity back. Much though. At all. And it still looks like it's about to fucking pop so hard. uh, Google Gen 24 130. What did Google tap today? I mean, I haven't even looked. I have a position there. That's probably bad. Oh, thank God. Yeah, so this is, I mean, it only fell to like right around my cost basis. It's not as bad as I thought it would have been. I don't know if I'd target 130 for Jan, but oh, Jan 24. How much are those? Yeah, it might not be a bad position. Gives you time, although I think Google's still gonna have like one more pretty shitty earnings before they start to get back on track, or at least show some, improvement due to the layoffs. Um, you'll probably be patient there. Yeah, volume sucks. On Rev, if it's PC, it's it's not 35. It's not PCO. They're not PCO. It's just that no new contracts can be opened. So the chain is like no market can be made except among the participants already in the market. Someone will buy them. I mean, if you sell them, they'll be a buyer. It might take a while to fill. Wrong move, me being patient with RTX. The contract I sold and was waiting to reposition was Feb 95C. Oh no. That's that's very far away. Yeah, still thinking about how to time it. Probably Q1. Yeah, maybe Q1 earnings. Upstart's very close to pushing through that flip point. I don't know what'll happen to it. I mean, I imagine they'll just try to skew it again, but it's still on reg show as of last night. What's weird is it seems like most of the short positioning expires at the end of this week, but it's over its flip point. Let me check. Gamma Max kind of leveled off 3061. Interesting. No, still a decent amount of pressure on it though. God, it looks so good. All of the data on all of these looks so awesome, but there's just like no volume coming in, right? When were you positioned to the downside on the SPY and SPX 3900? Um, Probably. I mean, interestingly enough, bullish positioning's a little bit stronger on SPX today. Not a lot though. So they're still kind of betting on moves higher. And also like those we talked yesterday about how we'd be looking for, more and more call interest at further out of the money strikes, as that like 3,800 price kind of got ran off of the chain. SPX looks kind of good now up to 3,900, with a little bit of a struggle going on in that range. But then, 3950s picked up, 4,000s picked up, 4050 is picked up, and 4,100 showing some interest as well. Yeah, I'm still trudging upwards. I mean, nothing's like opexing hard, but everything's moving up a little faster than it should. Part of that's the effect of the market maker hedges being like net negative gamma everywhere, right? What are you thinking as far as CC strategy for the next month? Bunch of sideways trading. I mean, I'm gonna sell probably GMEs out into, the November 4th expiration, and then just be ready to pull them back if we start to see a decent amount of ETF FTDs. Same for Upstart, provided Upstart doesn't just rip today because the pressure looks kind of insane right now. Upstart's really pushing into that, upper hedge. Obviously, you can see there's a lot more pressure on it than there is on GME, and that's, they're on reg share, right? So they can't short as effectively. Their shorting is less efficient. Um, some serious consolidation going on. Yeah, I mean, it looks like Fubo's breaking up. GME is very, just barely. God, I feel like I've like sandblasted my throat. It's so hard to talk today. Well, like the previous BBY runs, an Upstart run wouldn't likely pressure the basket, or could it? It might. I mean, very similar participants, so it's possible. Its correlation to the basket in the past has been looser, but there is one. I mean, similar like Susquehanna and Citadel and everyone, Two Sigma, they're all, in their shorting volatility, so it still exposes them to risk if it does run. Fubo 350 CSPs November look good. You might want to wait for a dip on those. I mean, I can't imagine they're worth much money. They're not super valuable right now. Actually, that's not bad. Like, just under 10% yield. Um, I probably wouldn't sell calls just yet. Borrow rate on GME up 0.1%. Well, that's a good sign. Like I said, I think if they get through this period without an Opex, right? Like without generating liquidity, we're gonna see the borrow rate rise. Maybe not dramatically at first, but I think we'll see the borrow rate rise pretty significantly going into November. Is the end of the obligation cycle right at close? Yeah. I mean, they can offset shit with dark pools in kind of weird ways, but I don't think that's happening given uh how low the DPI's been, or at least how low it was yesterday. Could it be that Jimmy's in too many ETFs and there's just infinite liquidity? I mean, that's you kind of want that to a degree. It is more liquid in ETFs, right? Did you close your Opex position today, end of day, or earlier in the afternoon? I mean, it looks like we might still get a rally out of the market today, and GME might get a little push, and that'll probably be a good opportunity. I'm still gonna probably hold through the end of the day, right? Even if it means like I take like 4 or 5% losses or whatever. I sold cat yesterday. It's nice having profits and not stressing for a bit. Time to regroup and pick the next strategy. Yeah, I got out of most of my caterpillar. Well, at least most of my deep in the money positions. I'm still holding some December 185s and 190s. Their earnings were decent, I think. Maybe I was thinking of something else. I've been so out of it this morning. Let me check. Their earnings are tomorrow. Okay, no, their earnings were not decent. Sherwin's earnings were decent. Sherwin Williams' earnings were decent. Cat's still pushing up. I might close the rest of my positioning into earnings, honestly, just because IV's moving up pretty decently, I think. So it might just be advantageous for me to sell at the end of the day. Is that the earnings in the AM? Yeah. So earnings are AM tomorrow. They're estimating like 3.16 a share. And I always feel like they estimate Cat's earnings lower, so it surprise beats. We blessing throats today. Step up. I, I would never attempt to contend with your throat, Danrod. You are in fact the throat goat. It's the best technical indicator to determine if GME is getting boofed. Go on the 1 minute chart with SPX and GME. Watch SPX go up and GME trade zero volume. It might have been a little dark pool dump there. Volume picked up for a couple candles. Not a lot though. Is a little IV spike too much to ask for? Well, we're not seeing IV spike a lot because there's no volume on anything, man. If I wanted to take profits on my November Upstart calls and roll into something further dated for a strong run whenever it comes, what sort of contracts would you look at? Jan 100s? I mean, Jan 100s, I have them, but they're an IV play, right? They're not they're not really there to capture any intrinsic value. Um it probably doesn't hurt to have a little bit of positioning for both. Because I still think the most likely scenario for Upstart is they run it a little bit to get liquidity and then try to get it off of reg show. If they're unable to, that'll cause it to run a lot, right? So I think at some point we're gonna see, sooner rather than later, we're gonna see them try to get it off reg show. And when they do that, you probably they're gonna try to keep price in check. So and just trade a lot of volume. So this is an opportunity where IV plays are really really good, right? Um, but so's intrinsic, like intrinsic value plays like delta positioning at like point 0.3 to point 0.1 because the price will go up a little. I think they've been trying to like grind it off of reg show and they've been mostly unable to. So, usually when stocks get popped under reg show, they'll try to like generate a lot of volume without affecting the price in order to scrub FTDs through CNS. And they tried this with Upstart a few times, but they keep coming back and failing, which means that somebody's probably holding a large, like synthetic or naked short position open. And that's continuing to generate large numbers of fails every day. And on GME, this was Melvin, right? So, you had all the volatility shorts, but you had Melvin in the background holding open this large short position. And that kept fucking the volatility shorts and they couldn't get GME off reg show, right? So this is kind of a similar situation to that where the volatility shorts are failing because they're using synthetic liquidity, but when they try to clear that they're unable to because someone's holding an actual short position open. If this gets forced closed or pressured and starts closing, that can start triggering like a really big run, right? I did dip while my November 30C was still green because the gains had paid for the losses on a couple other credit calls I got. My risk tolerance is about as low as Carl's T, unfortunately. That's fair. I worked for a direct competitor of Cat, and we absolutely crushed this quarter. Take it with a grain of salt. I don't expect Cat. I did drink my water. I don't expect Cat to do that badly. A lot of their revenue comes from contracts that are already in place and equipment leases. Those don't really budge, right? And every quarter they start more. So the Cat's drops in Cat's earnings are kind of directly inverse large periods of new contracts. So if they have a quarter with lots of new leases, you know, 2 to 3 years later or whatever, they'll have a quarter with reduced leases. But since, there's a constant carryover, right? Yeah, my volume's all the way up already. Oh, I'm sorry, man. My last job, I worked on Caterpillar sites. and locations. And those places, Kybros just triggered all my stops. And those locations were always either fully rented out or low on inventory. Huh. It's kind of interesting. Options. This is gonna be the if we do get like a little pop, this is gonna be the least epic run ever. I don't have the energy to be bullish today. I'm sorry. You guys will have to do bullish things for me. Is AMC the Opex prince that was promised? Yeah. Imagine caring about AMC. Starting to get pretty bullish on Cheesecake Factory. Gonna target the gourd supply. No, but really check out the ticker cake. You know what? I actually like this a lot, Turd. I don't know why the fuck they would be doing better, but it looks pretty good. So, like, some hope of improvement for earnings. It looks like their Q3 earnings have been revised massively. The estimates down like 2/3 almost from the previous quarter. It'd be hard to miss. Might be advantageous. You seen something else there? Just mispricing in the chain at 35 or something? You need to drink honey water? Maybe. What's the Fubo flip point? um, it's higher. No, it's just massively skewed. There's a shitload of puts on Fubo between like 350 and $6. But just tons of negative gamma, right? Everyone's selling. It's kind of like what happened to SoFi. Like so many people are selling covered calls that it makes it really hard for the price to move up. But it weakens after 450 a bit. The skew adjusted gammas I mean, Fubo's going to need some volume to come in to really see improvement. Are you looking to expand your SPX position to 3,900, 4,000? I think I'm gonna wait for earnings, like the Amazon and Apple earnings, right? Wasn't GME moved to a value ETF? It was moved into a few value ETFs. You could check our Fintel data, Dork. Just like go. Do you have the login for Fintel? You can look up like the most up to date ETF reportings. I think it's starting to get pretty bullish on cheesecake cake. Do you happen to have GM on Snap? Also, I'm happy to vote for a day of silence and stare at Guybrush. Yeah, give me 1 second. I'll look up GM on Snap. BBY has completed their at the money share offering. Does that make the newly announced $150 million share offering bullish? And why not? Well, no. It also means that they completed the share offering below their target range, right? So they didn't get enough money out of the share offering, so they need to offer more in order to hit their goal. How how would a finishing a share offering and immediately announcing another one be bullish? Like in what world? I don't I don't think people who are buying into Bobby understand this. The company is not in a good position. They're not in a good position at all. Gamma Max on Snap is super skewed. It's at $21, but I would say it's more around like 16 to 17. Snap actually looks kind of bullish. Bot calls are way up. Yeah, people are kind of loading up on Snap pretty hard. Looks like it's got a lot of buyers in this price range. And they're targeting like a move. They're targeting a move pretty high. Almost 100% move. Um Not quiet, but close. Where's Girk's Coke dealer when you need him? I don't know what happened to that guy. I'm bullish for Revlon. Well, it's really cheap now. Rip to the Wall Street Bets guy that bought 700K SPX puts yesterday. Oh, Jesus. Hey, I heard that. I know you did, Core. Since Guybrush appeared, straight up, coincidence? Just let him do his job. Is Sue What's-Her-Face pulling an AA on BBBY? No, but they need money. They don't really have a choice, right? Maybe BBBY should offer 20% off coupons on their stock. Share offering, same like stock coupon. A new question should be: are you bullish on Snap? I don't want to be. I mean, revenues are down across the entire sector. Um, Snap might have gotten hit a little too hard, but not particularly, I guess. I don't I don't hate buy right opportunities on Snap because Ivy is ridiculous. Are you buying more Revlon? No, not right now. I might average my cost basis down later. Uh, After the omnibus hearings, I'll consider it, depending on how they go. Boyle March 50C and F theta, or do you think price realization in natural gas could take longer? Yeah, 50C might be okay. We're waiting on any economic data today. Also, sorry you got food poisoning. Kendra suggests a dental dam when engaging in centrolingus. Uh, um, okay, so Boyle 50C. Let me see. Uh, for March. Yeah, I could see that being okay. Um, that's probably enough theta. How much volume is needed for an Opex? A lot. I mean, it's not that a lot of volume is needed for an Opex. Opex, if we get one, creates a lot of volume because all the hedges flip. SPX market makers are now gamma positive, meaning they're buying into falling prices. So the downside on SPX is now less volatile, which means that improvement is more consistent but takes more time. So when the market maker hedges like this, it's you're not going to get those crazy like 500 BPS rallies, but you will see like steadily increasing prices. Don't do it. Snap is a trap. I'm just looking at the options positioning, man. I'm not buying it. Full OPEX or not, there's been enough price improvement in the last 36 hours. It's been profitable. If you enter decent positions on Friday or Monday, already realized gains trading shares. Nice, dude. Daily DD, chef's kiss. Yeah, I was a bit busy puking. It's okay. You'll live without it. A lot of bearish articles on Upstart lately. Bullish. I should have held my Visa calls. When did you sell them? Are we getting T+2 from yesterday's run? Well, no, because yesterday's T+1 away. Won't the market melt up, suppress GME's upcoming shorting if the market melts up? Don't forget the market can still just trade mostly flat, right? If bulls don't like position, the market will just trade flat, right? So if we don't see like big leveraged call side positioning come in, or Amazon and Apple earnings miss, the market's gonna probably stay in this like 3750 to 3900 range, trade sideways until the VIX cools, and then they'll leverage the downside again. And the VIX is cooling, not quickly, but it's cooling. What do you mean when you say hedge flip? Well, the market maker goes from being long calls, or, well, in this instance, short calls and long puts, to being long calls and short puts. Thanks, Snugcatcher. They downgraded Upstart to a $17 price target. Who did? I know there's some analysts out there that are really high, some are really low. I would say the company's worth probably about like 26 to like maybe 28.50 a share, roughly. What would be the price target you're looking for in the VIX to signify that a downside move is imminent? Well, put pricing will really start to fall off around, with the VIX around 25. More so if the VIX grinds down below 20. I'm still short the VIX right now. A lot of the short VIX position is kind of my hedge against the market doing exactly what I just described, kind of just trading flat till the VIX cools. Um, I didn't end up having to worry about that because my long position on SPX printed. But there was a chance that even in like the 3600 range that we would just trade flat until the VIX cooled, and then see more downside pressure applied. Like that was always a possibility. I knew we'd get some upside with all the short positions closing out, but this is well, 38 passing 3850 is already a little better than expectations. What would be the price target you're looking for on VIX to signify the oh, hold on. Okay. Where was I? If Upstart doesn't run this Opex, it's likely that it'll be shorted down and again until next Opex, right? No, it's likely that it'll see some ETF FTDs in early November and then shorted down into November Opex. No, there was nothing to throw up, so killing it. Can you make sense of the SPY pumping on an awful earnings week so far? Yeah, I talked about this for like the last month. Did you already say what gave you food poisoning? No, I don't think I did. I had mussels, and I think maybe I got a bad one, but I'm not sure. Chance you might sell some GME at the end of the day or tomorrow. Yeah, pretty good chance. Thanks, Hammer Bro Franman. Top leg of my SPX straddle just paid for my bottom leg, which expires on the 31st. Do you see any market downsies in the next few days? May keep it if it's free. Um, I don't know. What's your strike? Data Corpse. Shouldn't have ate sushi. I didn't have any sushi. Howl also coming in hot, nearly 5% today. I presume you also got in around 30. My cost basis on Howl is, hold on, let me pull it up. I'll take a look. My cost basis on Howl is like 27.28. But yeah, it's looking really good. I've been buying Howl for quite some time. I sold a bunch of my long position off in like it was like late May, early June, and then I started re-entering it in I think it was like August. Are you coming down off of opiates? No. I had I think I had like bad muscles last night. Or I don't know. I had zuppa de pesce and at this Italian restaurant, and it just had all kinds of seafood in it. So I don't know which of the seafoods made me sick, but one of them did. How long do you think SPX can last? And do you have a new price target? Thank you. Yeah, I went over that yesterday. Right now, 3,900 looks really good. Um, 3,900 to high, well, high, low to mid 3,900s, I should say. Right now, the positioning right now looks good for that. Do you think illiquidity is causing a weird Opex type run on SPX? And everything is just dragging up with the rest of the market. I think large put closures market wide are pushing MMs to continuously buy into stocks that otherwise really shouldn't be up. And because there's no equity liquidity, the entire market is being driven by its options chains. Yeah, thanks, Dominic. I appreciate it, man. Go find out which day the fish come to the restaurant and go eat that night. I mean, the restaurant I went to is pretty expensive. They're usually really good. I've never gotten sick there before. But you know, even if everything's fresh and done right, you can still get, you know, bad shellfish. DDS a little crazy. Well, DDS is super illiquid. I don't have very many shares of it right now though. I have a few. It's I wish I'd probably gotten more, but you have to get so much direct exposure to it with like basically no chance to get options at the mid or below. I touched 3090 by November. I think freaking might touch 3900 today. No, not for today. Not mid 3900s for today. We still on track for 4135. I mean, that's kind of the upper range of where I think we could hit. It's possible that we see it. Long John Silver's is not pretty nice. I don't even know what that is. Have you touched on Fubo price targets on positive earnings? No, but I think Fubo is going to need repriced soon. So I would be very cautious with selling covered calls for, you know, pennies on the dollar. DDS is personally floating my entire 401k. Man, I don't understand that company. They do so well. Just it doesn't they don't care about economic conditions, nothing. They just continuously go up and their earnings are just always better. Their revenues are better. Actually, you brought up something that perks my ears. Options, mid or below. You talk about entry points and how you get into them so you're not instantly down when you buy. Well, it helps to place your orders on down ticks or place your orders before a down tick so that you fill on the down tick. Um, I mean, you don't always get that option, right? Sometimes you just buy and you know you're a little under, but it doesn't always matter, right? But yeah, when I'm buying like you know far dated stuff, I'm pricing out the option. I'm gonna calculate like you know fair value, and then I'm gonna try to fill very close to that if I can. I wonder if OPEX volume will be a small percentage of what we use to overall volume has been so low for months. Maybe same for OPEX volume. No, I don't think we're seeing any significant buying right now. We were seeing more volume on those weird spikes leading into Opex than we are this week, right? I think they're just trying to get enough liquidity that they can drag this out another month. I still think their best way of doing that would be to run it a little, but if they run it a little, they risk it keeps running, right? So I think that's why they're not. So you're a Red Lobster kind of guy? No? I mean, cheddar biscuits, but I'm not going to you there to eat their food. Like, none of their other food. Why'd you go to that fancy place? Are you banned from Bubba Gump? A Fubo repriced soon? Like, how soon? I don't know. Accumulation's been building up for quite a while, though. I would imagine if their earnings report comes in as strong or stronger than their estimates they just released, that'll be a pretty good opportunity to see some repricing. Long John Silver's, but instead of batter, they shove the fish into a sock before dropping it in old oil. Oh, okay. So DDS is a fentanyl front? Maybe. Like they've got to be selling drugs or something to just keep making money the way like all through the pandemic. I mean, I understand that DDS's exposure was largely in states where the pandemic was not considered real. Um and so, they did really well all during the pandemic, which means that but then they keep beating those previous earnings, right? So like they saw way better earnings during the pandemic than a lot of other retailers, but then they've continued to just exceed that performance into this year. How are they boofing Upstart right now? I mean, you have internalizers on Nasdaq. So you don't gotta slap that ask? Are you trying to say that Trade Trades would steer me wrong? That options video is one of the stupidest fucking things I've ever seen in my life. They keep trying to drop the 150/50 EMA below the 200 EMA, and it doesn't seem to be working. Ah, okay. I don't think they're doing that. They're not sitting there trying to manipulate the moving average. If GME stays in this range, do you expect any T+2 action tomorrow from our 9% run on Tuesday? Um, we might get a little tomorrow. That's possible. From Tuesday. Tuesday moved up all right. I mean, the problem is not a lot of strikes went in the money, right? Like we went up 9%, but that's like dollar value isn't very much. So the notional change in the price of the stock was minimal. And T+2 price action is all about how many more options went in the money. People will reach price realization the day my CCs expire, so I get assigned. Nice. You rolling your Upstart November options? Probably soon. Yeah. I don't really care if I roll them at like break even. Been in a meeting all morning, so Nopex, yeah. I don't know. We're starting to pressure 2750 again. It's, it's I mean, the edging is really intense. And we're above delta neutral too, which is kind of interesting. CP moving up hard, and its earnings is tonight. Maybe it's about time I start to get out of my position on that. I don't know. I'm sure their earnings will be fine. I think BlackBerry finally hit its bottom. Time to YOLO. Oh. I don't know about that. No. Their margins are starting to get better. Maybe like buy and hold. I wouldn't YOLO it though. At what price does the Upstart hedge flip? It already should have. There's just so many fucking puts that the price is like the flip point is massively skewed. I wonder if maybe crossing like delta neutral, probably just pushing through gamma neutral, um which it's just past right now. So it's just past gamma neutral right now, uh which is at 2463. I would imagine if we do see a little run, Vega neutral might act as a resistance here, and that would be around $28. But yeah, I mean, Upstart looks super fucking bullish. I I mean, like bot calls are driving up. Uh, sold puts are driving up. It almost looks like it's ready to rip in a way that we haven't seen since, what, like, early August, I guess. Try to market sell my Rev 35s on TDA. It's just sitting unfilled. Is TDA garbage? I don't know. I don't use TDA. I don't like TDA. I used to have a bank account with them, and they fucked me over pretty hard on this account that I closed, and I've just never ever used any of their products again. My first options play, I made 500% in a day, and then I boofed all of it. BB 2025 calls seem fire. Their OS is using basically the only approved OS for various serious tech, like medical tech, because it's microkernel. It could be good. I mean, their revenues have been picking up a little bit. If their EPS flips sometime in 2023, They have some potential. I mean, I know they have like very, very decent amounts of cash on hand. Would you say that Upstart has a refined put position? Upstart has refined short positions, big institutional short interest. Yoza Homie, welcome to Cornishon, or Long Johnson. Thank you so much. Arugris, sorry man, I didn't see that. Love you, Pickle Daddy. Hope you feel better soon. Remember to keep hydrated and stay bussin'. Thank you so much, dude. I'm trying. That's looking a little more exciting. FTDs for next week is pretty bigly for Upstart as well. Yeah. Did you guys start edging the chat? I can't help it, man. Like Jimmy has like a fat put wall right right at the current price. You know, I'll just show you the fucking screenshot. I don't want to draw anything. Uh, So, I mean, you can kind of see where our price is. We're at 27.50 right now, right? So, we're at the peak. We're like right at the cusp of the peak of the negative gamma. If we can get over that, right? Think of it as being like all downhill from there to 30. Actually, yeah, that's a really great way to think of this here. So I'm gonna flip it upside down, right? And so we're going right to left. You know, we're right at the peak of that little mound of negative gamma. And then if we hit the other side of that, then price action can accelerate upwards into $30, right? $30 is kind of like a roadblock, but a lot of that is sold calls. And if we start to move towards those, they'll capitulate, right? So it'll weaken, and then price action will also accelerate, which is what we need. So it's not me doing the edging. It's just so close to breaking. Can you share the chart for Upstart? Yeah. Upstart doesn't really have any put walls that are as strong, but they're deeper. Um, so see how they're like much more evenly spread out, and it's not so concentrated around one price. So Jimmy like high jump and Upstart like 400 million hurdles. Yeah, you could say that. I mean, so as Jimmy pushes onto the peak of that, kind of negative gamma bump, right? Then, gamma flattens out, which means the price can accelerate into 30 where that next big wall is, right? But this will kind of like shave down as we approach it because sold calls will buy back. Which could mean that, we just run right through it. You're able to differentiate between sold versus bought and OI. Can you share how or keep your secrets? Since this Opex isn't so much ETF obligations, but rather related to MM hedging, doesn't this mean that the MM can flip its hedge at any time this week? Like tomorrow or Friday? Oh, it is related to ETF obligations in some way. I mean, they don't want the price in IV to spike because then they might have to cover them or cover some of them early if enough pressure is applied. Can we get a shout out for Carl's mom? She's such a sweet lady. Heart of gold, mother of the century. Absolutely, Grizz. Shout out to Carl's mom. It must have been easy getting you out because there was no hair. Should I sell 2750 covered call on GME right now so we would run? That seems silly. No, they're not market chameleon charts. Explain like I'm 5 TA of why Bobby up 30% in 2 days. Well, 30% up on Bobby isn't a lot. Um, but it's moved up on a pretty decent amount of volume. I mean, there's lots of options on Bobby. There's a big short position. You'd expect them to cover some of their risk. Appears they've been doing that. It'll die off once they're done covering any like expiring tail risk or any issues from the October 21st expiration, especially with BBBY now offering more shares. No hair on Carl. Why are we talking about my mom? I just got off the phone with her about what to do with my dead grandpa's car. I don't know. Grizz wanted to give your mom a shout out for being mother of the century. I recently completed designing the most sophisticated machine learning AI ever, and it just returned a very valuable piece of data. Your name is Doug? No, it's not. Your machine sucks. Sorry to hear about your grandpa, Carl. The options OI chart was interesting. Where can I find these? Look for them. It's not an OI chart, it's a net gamma. If we don't stay above 27 by end of week, I'm doubling my GME position on Friday due to sold CSPs. 11x return for risk annualized is too good to pass up, I guess. Just what you wanted to do, Bob. Buy more GME. If your name was Doug, you'd never admit it. Well, thankfully it's not. Doug is a brutal name. Yeah, it's... I probably wouldn't want to be named Doug. Don't answer his AI questions. He's training it. Oh. Can I ask what the Nopex question counter is at? Yeah, was it like 350? Uh, roughly? It's moassing. It's moassing harder than the stock. I'm sorry, Doug. You know, on the internet, you don't have to go by Doug. You didn't have to. That's your choice. Answered every single one. I try to. Official October Nopex question count 367. Jesus Christ. What am I doing with my life? I just made like 400 grand on the SPX. Why do I even fucking talk to you people? And the money puts on Jimmy. Nopex confirmed. Game over, man. Game over. Sarcasm. People just don't want to wait it out. I don't know. I understand the nervousness. Waiting out Nopex is a risky game. You know what this reminds me of? June. Like a bump in the early part, and then just constantly grinding against the resistance. And then as weeklies move towards expiration, the market maker is just going to downprice everything and destroy people. I could have been not Carl this whole time. Fuck me. How do wall of puts act as a wall? We're gonna put getting closer to out of the money. It's no, it's they're getting closer to being at the money. They're already in the money. But it's the way the market maker hedges, right? And then they just buy more when the price starts to pressure them. It's amazing what you can do when you have the money to manipulate the stock. Because you're full of love and you're bored. I mean, I'm definitely bored sometimes. Other for nothing, this Nopex has netted me a grand so far, so I'll take it. That's fair. I've been watching your stream since day one. That's the first thing I have ever put in chat. It was phenomenal. I mean, if you were gonna, you, what great timing. From a comedic perspective, waiting an entire year to just nail that one joke right on the head. Perfect, Doug. You know, you might be better than others of your namesake. Well, that's true, carbon base. It does help pump my ego up. Yeah, I need to create a financial derivative for Opex questions. I lost money on SPX. Can you give me my money back? No. I mean, you have purpose. Mike sells CCs. You're counting Opex questions and selling CCs. Have you heard the great news? What? Hold on. Chat gap down. Matt Kors is moving to New York. You're gonna have a new friend. Oh, Jesus. I need to move. Because there are plenty of folks that enjoy you being the soundtrack to our days to get us through it with some sick facts and knowledge that we otherwise wouldn't have had. Thanks. Thanks, NW. Can we go back to Olive and Pimento? I want to buy more big contracts. No, I don't think I have any family in Texas at all. What PT you peeping for the next leg down on SPX? Gotta see how high it goes first. The $25 like gamma on Upstart improved a lot yesterday. So I'm guessing people bought a lot of $25 weeklies. I'd have to look at the like the OI, but I think they did. Please don't leave us. I just started losing less money. I'm not going anywhere. I'm sick as fuck today though. Thanks, moving forward blindly. Why can't JPAD do us a solid and say fuck your puts, but about GME and not the spy? I don't know. Build on my Opex position because usually when we edge so hard and aren't at least gradually going up, they want to push it out for another month. I agree. I mean, part of me's oh sorry, my abs are destroyed right now. Ow, I shouldn't have sat up. This is the biggest mistake I've made all year. Oh, okay. Um yeah, I'm excited. I'm really excited for November if this is the case. It looks sweet. But then I'm worried they're gonna try to like risk off again like they did in August. Like Upstart will start running, ahead of schedule, and then the basket will risk off or something, and people won't be positioned right. But I mean, yeah, it does look really encouraging if they're gonna try to push it out an entire month. I don't think I would like to see XRT come off reg show though. Doug's day is great so far. Oh, don't put that on him. Is it time for JFresh to rub your belly for once? Maybe. Let's on basket risk off during ETF FTDs. That's well, I'm a little worried about that. Just because I think risk is pretty high through the ETF FTD period, so they can get some liquidity back. But also, I don't think there's that much volatility left on any of these to short, right? So if they're gonna start like doubling down on their vol shorts, it's they're not gonna get a lot out of it, right? Upstart, no, SPX down ticked. Breaking: BlackRock headquarters in New York has been breached by a mob of people with pitchforks. That's crazy. Do you think we're just gonna keep tickling 2750 all day? Maybe. Thanks, Ryan. Thanks for the like. Can you use short volume percentage compared to volume traded? Nope, not at all. Well, maybe, probably not. I sent you a DM reminder from an image I made 9 months ago. Is today the perfect day for that meme baby to be born? I'm a fan of their message of climate justice, but execution is looking quite insane. Hmm. What kind of superstar do you think you are, not calling your mom and saying hello? What are you talking about? Did Upstart just finish the head on the head and shoulders? Yeah, maybe. Gurk, with my hand I clicked like, but with my heart I clicked love. Thank you so much, Lorca. Why riot with pitchforks? You could be trading and losing money. Exactly. Who's got time for that? If we don't see any price action today this week, is it likely they short GME into ETF FTDs? I'd imagine so, yeah. Will Upstart hold itself till next Opex, or could we see another low before then? I mean, it might dip back into the $20 range. That's definitely possible. As long as it doesn't do that by the end of this week, I'll be very happy. When's Cenas? 310. You think we could see Jimmy at 40 or 50? Not right now. Sell CCs now? I kind of want to wait it out. I really don't want to sell them until the end of the day today, just because it's so risky. You still have your Upstart CSPs? You must be up like 90%. I'm up 78%. What's a reasonable PT on Jamie or Upstart to warrant a T+2 going into tomorrow? Um, Good question. I would say if it holds above 27, that's a good sign. How are you feeling about shorter term Upstart calls? Have November 4 30s and I've decided is this it or to hold them. Um November 4 30s. I mean, yeah, you don't have enough time on them. So if they're profitable, consider, you probably want to consider your like taking profits or something. Maybe not right away. I mean, you still have a lot of time left today for something more to be realized, but if it starts to bleed out into the end of the week, yeah, you don't have a lot of theta. When do dark pools normally print again? So there's 1269, there's 1030, uh there's there's one that's happened before at like 1230 that's been pretty big. What else is there? That's about it. I just got home. I love to see Fubo has gone up a small amount. Still waiting on CCs though. I love you. Thank you, thank you, Natty. Yeah, careful with those CCs with earnings coming up. So we kind of look really good on larger time frames. I know, we really do. It's tough. My options are green. Should I take profits now or diamond hand until expiry? It's up to you, man. Okay, nice. Yeah, no problem, Patrick. Have we had an Opex before where they covered late into Wednesday? No. February 2021, but we still had, I don't know, I guess it could be considered similar to February 2021 in some ways. But that would, if they're doing that, if they're like trying to halt it into close, that infers something far, far bigger than just Opex or just like a standard Opex. And I don't think that's the case right now. Are you looking at any farther dated calls past Jan for Upstart? Not right now. January calls are fine until like November Opex. And then if Upstart doesn't really have any price action by November Opex, maybe I'll just hold on to some exposure with like out of the money Jan 24s and then shed the rest. We see volatility early in the day. We did in Feb with the monster run in 2021. This is just a Nopex. Calling it now. Yeah, I mean I don't like it either. The only reason I'm still in it is because I still think that we could like move up to like 29, 30 before moving down, just so they can get that last bit of like liquidity. We had something similar in June. We had like a Thursday, kind of like a Thursday pump in June, before we got just burned out on the whole period. Was it Thursday or Wednesday? I think it was Thursday. We got like a decent amount of like volatility like first thing in the morning, or maybe it was Friday. I think it was Friday. Yeah. And then at the end of the day, just everything, or like right after everything, that's when they like priced down IV and everything tanked. Thanks for teaching me how to take profit when working with a smaller port. I got a nice boost today with 135% ups on my calls and nailed the best exit on the peak of the day so far. Much love, Girk. Thank you, Pickle Jar Goddess. I appreciate it. Congratulations. Ah. And the money zero GT have been very profitable. Is it dangerous to hold them close to closing? Is the MM obligated to buy them? No. I mean, if you exercise them, I guess. F-Man would be nice so we don't have to buy back into every Opex. It would be. So you have tanking. There goes GME. I got chicken tenders for lunch. Hopefully this helps. Nice, man. Thanks for streaming even though you feel sick, Pickle Man. Yeah, not a problem, man. Thank you so much, Girk's publicist. There's probably no way to figure out if they move some or most of the obligations further out, right? It's tough. I mean, increased put volume on the November expiration for XRT might be a signal. You exiting? I don't know. Market's probably gonna bounce here. think you have a collar on Fubo, post Opex, paper trade. How far out is prudent? I know earnings is a deterrent. Paper trading is cool. Yes, it is. Maybe. Yeah, I mean, I would watch for earnings. So maybe not sell them past earnings, or at least sell the expiration close to earnings, so they're cheap to buy back. The problem with a collar, well, yeah, that could work. If you won the lottery with a couple $100 million, how would be the best way to spur a sneeze or MOASS? Just shares, options, both? Probably both. This recent rally is all but certain to reverse after midterms, no? Why would midterms cause the market rally to reverse? Why do people think elections have any effects on the market? They really don't. Most of the correlations drawn between like election cycles and market mechanics are kind of bullshit. Markets just usually rally into the end of the year, which just happens to be after midterms on some years. What happened to GME? I guess they stopped dropping internalization and shorted it a little bit. The market's moving back up though, so we look good to bounce off VWAP. Yeah, but elections don't determine policy changes. Policy changes determine policy changes. Like the effect of bills passing and stuff is real, but didn't JFresh say there was going to be an Opex run? It's not really a question, but more of a statement. I think I'm just going to start buying leaps and waiting. I think I'm going full Theta Gang. Ooh, nice. I mean, you could. It's an option. But my problem with that is you're just carrying tons, like you just had tons of Theta decay every day. If you have like a big position. So say you buy like GME 40 leaps, right? You're just you're just paying Theta every day to watch the stock trade flat. It actually costs a lot more than just buying before Opex and then selling slightly profitable or slightly under if nothing happens. If RC takes Rev private or announces he plans on it sometimes this year, do you expect us to be able to sell our 35s for a nice profit? I mean, you might be able to sell them for more than they're worth now, which is nothing. I thought Theta Gang was selling Theta and not paying for it. I'm assuming he's just talking about like selling CCs and buying leaps. November 18, 3150 CCs safe? No. 3150 might be, but because you're far enough out of the money. Uh, Risky to sell now, but official October Nupex question count 400. We did it. Yeah, I still don't think selling in the money leaps on GME is worth it. Not at these prices. You making bank today? I mean, I have some cap position left that's doing pretty well. I might consider getting rid of that by the end of the day before earnings tomorrow. My my like what I have left on SPX is up. GME and Upstart really aren't doing too much. BTU's having a pretty good day. My EPAM's up a little tiny bit. Not a lot, but a little bit. Are you bullish for Fubo earnings? I mean, their projections looked really good. I just want to stop by and give a word of appreciation for your rants about taking profits. I just banked 25% on the SPX at the top, and old me would have waited past my technicals. Cheers. Nice, man. Congratulations. Yeah, no problem. I already sold my CCs super, super far out. Now I'm thinking about just buying Theta and waiting for stuff to happen. That's fair. If we all play Opex for 3 days, are we just relying on SS to hold? Where are the longs? Just offer some shares already and get institutions back in here. Yeah, I mean, I'd almost, I hate to say it, but I'd almost prefer that at this point. What they need to do is announce some fucking forward guidance or post positive EPS, which maybe. I still think we need a couple quarters, but it could happen in one. Yeah, I sold Gen 2025 60s, then put all that premium into Upstart position for Jan 2023. I'll buy the contracts back when my Upstart position prints. Okay, yeah, that's not bad. Thanks, Heineken candles and Volvo wagon squeezes. Higher low after higher high. Technical still heading up in the market, right? If market surpasses previous high for the day, still in holding pattern. Sorry, just checking my TA learning. Yeah, no, I mean the technicals still look quite good. I'm well aware. If you go out to GME on like the 15 or 30, it still looks very good. Upstart looks phenomenal. Um, Even Fubo looks really good still, you know. Even though we're not getting an OPEX, we are getting fairly consistent price improvement. I don't know if that'll be enough to get, you know, deleveraging in those big net negative gamma positions, but it's definitely putting some pressure on them. And profitability for GameStop Corp, you think? Maybe after holiday earnings. I think that's the best chance, right? Because we'll probably see increased inventories, which will mean more reduced cash into the end of the year because they gotta load up for the holiday season, kind of like last year. I think Jimmy goes under 20 before it crosses 60 anyway, so I'm taking my chances now. Fair. How long do you think Jimmy has a fair value above $40? Maybe end of next year? Like, what do you mean fair value? Fair value is not really a metric. Book value? Book value above 40 could be some time. I don't think Rev's gonna hit 35 anytime soon, man. Price improvement probably because of us porting into a lot of calls. No, it's more improvement than that. The price improvement's because the market's driving up, right? People have calls, but they don't have that many of them. If you compare it to, even like March or last year, not even close to the same number of calls. Which basket stock do you think has the highest liquidity in their stock? Probably like Tesla. Are Fubo 4C CC for 11.4 safe? Do you expect it would get much more before going into earnings? It could, yeah. I mean, prices are already driving up pretty consistently. If the market continues to move up, it's gonna apply pressure. And most of the put positioning on Fubo is at 450, so it's very easily could rise above 4. I'm just repeating yesterday's price action. How big was the net gamma on runs in 2021? I wasn't here then. Huge, like few hundred. I mean, like Gex was at like even in March, our gamma was like I can't look back to last year right now. I have them saved, but I have to dig them out. But yeah, if we look back to like March, like gamma peaked at like 18 million per dollar price increase. And right now our gamma's at 2 million. So big difference. Doug's Day turning out to be a real Frags Day. I don't think this is a Frags Day. We're we're up, but mostly flat. Like it's just, we're just not up a lot. I would say there's little to no relative change in price. You think SPY has more room to the upside? Yeah, I think it'll continue. Earnings could set it back a little bit. That's just in the Billionaires Country Club on the Discord, Gavin. How does one get a free girl? But we have sex bots again. Apple and Amazon. SPX still looking bullish for today. It looks all right. We'll see. I don't like the downtrend, but we'll see if it recovers. It looks like it's starting to recover. Probably later in the afternoon, 1 or 2 o'clock. I have to pay attention to my job now, but I want to say thanks for teaching. Sold all except one call for 1 to 20%. And I'm up on that final one, but holding. JIC. Nice, man. Thanks, Brett. 1 second guy. Can someone run the numbers on Opex plus you being late plus sex bots? Maybe. Wait, I missed the love bots. The last piece of Opex prophecy has been fulfilled. We run now. I don't know about that. It's like the exact same price action as yesterday, almost. Hmm. Thoughts on selling CCs on VCI? Too early? Yeah, I would say it's probably, unless you're selling them for like this Friday and you're gonna be out of the money. About to sell some of my Upstart Novembers. Not fair. I still can't access Discord. Could I be banned or something? I can't access it. I don't think so. Uh, DM me on Reddit, Tyler, and give me your screen name, and I'll double check. Either that, or you need to uh register your Discord account. Or verify it. So I made some money so far this goat packs. Thank you for that. But what I really like are the quick dieting tips. Just ordered a case of mussels. Should be here in 1 to 2 weeks. You son of a bitch. That's not funny. Don't why would you? You have 10% since buy-ins on monthlies. Monthlies down. Hedgie's playing these OPEXs like a fiddle. Could it be that they moved their obligations further out due to risk since the market is likely to push up? Ooh. Fudge. So many fucking puts. Huh. Well, Upstart's still just stable. Mm. Um, price action. See some interesting price action even without OPEX. I mean, we have seen some interesting price action even without any significant covering. Is this the last day of OPEX? Yes. Do you have a problem with greed in your early days? Did you also have a problem with greed in your early days of trading? Yeah, to an extent. I think everyone does at some point. Never eat mussels straight from the Hudson River. I mean, I don't think they were from the Hudson River. Check DMs. What the fuck? That's really weird. Is that like a... Huh. What do you think of that? Is that the split date? I wonder if that's just because the volume drop off because of the split. This is like something I don't know if it's like intel. It's just interesting looking. It has nothing to do with Jamie, like in the near term. It's just curious. No, it's since earnings. Hold on, let me look at this. Did you change something? Because that didn't look like that. A few days ago. Was that without volume? I'm not showing that at all. Oh. Yeah, I mean that's kind of interesting, I guess. You should look at this. Sorry, it's really just like bullshit. I mean, we're not looking at anything. I don't think that's super relevant. A 194 likes, dude. It's way more than that. What are you talking about? Any future for AMC? No. You think we break 3,900? Yeah, I think so. I don't know how long it's gonna take, but I think we're gonna move up through 3,900. Fudge shell ban. Hmm. Do you think meta can go any lower? It's lower than COVID crash lows. I know. Yeah, I do. But they've been losing market share pretty rapidly, and then ad revenues are down also. I don't see a bright future for them. Dude, those AMC space calls are wild. Like, who the fuck listens to those? I don't know. I don't get a lot of entertainment in listening to people say crazy shit for 2 hours. It's just they're just kind of sad. Who spends time on Facebook anymore? Very much not a reopening play. Yeah, I mean they've lost popularity, they've lost market share, they've you know, investing in the metaverse, which seems a bit out of reach. What do you think of the 2.7K SPX 100 and 200 calls? They came in this morning. SPX 100 and 200 calls? What? Is there a risk of a run on GME in the near term if nothing happens today? I don't. Not until ETF FTDs, so not until like November 3rd through 11th. Facebook is Instagram as well. Yeah, but Instagram's not doing that well either, right? TikTok's the only one that's killing it. What causes all the gaps on GMA? Yesterday's run had almost no gaps for the entire day. Today we've got four in the past hour. Just illiquidity and a spread in the bid ask. I don't know what the fucking SPX 100 and 200 call is. Like these? Like in the money? People just buying in the money? It's probably just like an arbitrage play. Are you talking about like? I assume you're talking about super deep in the money calls, but like, there's no change in OI, at least not yet. But usually that's like arbitrage on the spread or something. SPX 100, 200, 7100p, 7200p, big volume. Huh, interesting. They show in the AM. Okay. Yeah, probably just arbitrage. Or like legs of a larger position. What's the difference between options that say SPX AM versus SPXW? SPXW is SPX weeklies. The AM expirations are the like the main options contracts. It's also the AM expiration versus the end of day expiration. I wrote October 28th, 29C an hour ago. Already up 11. Nice. 12:30 dark pool. Let's go. We'll see. Don't know if this is turning around quite yet. Maybe. You say your GME November is by end of day? Yeah, probably. If a turnaround doesn't happen, time for CCs? Or are you waiting closer to end of day tomorrow? I might wait a little bit on my covered calls. I still really hate selling them with the hedge working against me. Huge IV crush on GME? A little bit, yeah. When we slip below 27. We'll push back up above 27 if the market breaks back to the upside. SPX 4000 end of week likely. I mean, that's going to depend heavily on Apple and Amazon earnings, right? The 2U ticker has an interesting chain. It's small, but someone has to take out a huge 750 call on it, and there's no puts to offset. Worth maybe taking a look at. Interesting. I'll see if we can pull data on it tonight. I'll take a look at it. A scale 0 to 0. What do you think of the chances of GME running again? Um, I don't know. I think like November looks good if we don't run here, but it'll depend on, how much price action we see for ETF FTDs, and then if we see continued shorting into November Opex. I'd still really like to see that leg down to that, $20 range that attracts more buyers. Would no more run this week surprise you more than anything in terms of liquidity? They wouldn't be grabbing. I mean, they've got a little liquidity from the 10% move up, but not a lot. Um, we'll see. I mean, people are more and more willing to like sell their shares and stuff and close their options positions. So, it's harder to sustain it because there's more fear in the market. Last Opex I said was my last Opex, and so a confirmation of runs continuing. And I bought back in for October. I'll play just one more in November before I play it again in December. I mean, if nothing happens in November, I'm done with like GME Opex positioning. Until like more market liquidity comes back. I'll just sell covered calls. Ivy Crush on Upstart, my Jan 100s got priced down after being green forever. Oh, interesting. Yeah, right, like right when it fell below VWAP. I think the market's bouncing though. Most four-legged animals has a thing in common with this October and OPEX. Seriously, thanks for coping with the puns and silly questions. I get learnt. No problem, Cream. Not implying you work at BlackRock, but in your opinion, are the best and worst things that you feel BlackRock does that impact our daily lives? I mean, if it runs super hard in like December, like if it runs super hard after that, I'm just gonna sell covered calls into it, right? I'm not sure why, but it feels like the split killed a lot of interest. Yeah, it really did. If that happens, will you be done streaming? Because I need your smooth Persian butter voice to get through my degenerate stack plays. No, because Jimmy is not the only stock in the stock market. Jimmy 28 CC's risky going into 11-4. Assignment wouldn't worry me too much. 28s right now, yes, but into the end of this week, probably not so much. I would say for the rest of today, 28s are kind of risky. After that, not so much. Even if we do get the rally to like, if we do get that rally and pop through that kind of 2750 level, I don't think we're gonna continue beyond it at this point. Not with this volume. I'm calculating options DCE. Is that calendar or trading days? It's calendar days. Don't worry, Evergrande going bankrupt will save us. Do you think it's clear Jimmy is being manipulated though? Yeah. I mean, it's pretty obvious. Has any information come out from the Rev bankruptcy hearings? They're at the end of this month. The omnibus hearings are, well, they're over the next 4 months or 3 months. 3 months, I guess. The first one being at the end of this month. What do you think is the reason for no more Opex runs? I mean, I think whatever Opex run we were gonna have in August, we had. Nothing for September, October. We'll see what happens with November. If it goes through November, then it's gone beyond. It would be the longest period. Like if it went beyond November without an Opex, it would be the longest period without an Opex run on GME, and beyond any reasonable time frame that we would expect to see one ever happen again. It would mean that the liquidity from the split murdered them. Probably. I don't think that's the case. I think they're very illiquid right now. I think they're just doing everything in their power to not cover this month. Or to cover as little as possible to continue moving it forward. Boss One said MOASS is imminent. Good for him. Thoughts on kicking my wife out of the house? She's pregnant, if it helps your thought process. Thanks. That seems, I mean, I don't know. If you guys don't get along. Does she have somewhere else to go? Isn't moving it forward on GME builds up more for when they let it run? Yeah. Do you think November has the potential to be like last March? I don't know if it'll be as big. I mean, I just don't know if like we'll get the same amount of like call FOMO. Even if the obligations are similarly sized, I don't know if people will just go nuts buying calls again. No context. But with decreasing price of GME over the last few months, the NOPEX was to be expected as calls were out of the money. If we see a decent, consistent price improvement, then we will see a strong OPEX. Yeah. I mean, we need the big move up first. Can SPY rally into end of day so I can get puts for bad earnings tonight? Come on, market, let's go. I don't know, it keeps just stair-stepping down a little bit at a time. I actually don't like this. It's really similar to yesterday, but we'll see. Later in the day, we may start to see some recovery. It looks like long positions are maybe building up a little bit.
Order flow is starting to look a little more bullish as the price drops back into like the 38.60 range. I still have like 10 of my 3800s left. Thanks, Tyler. Do you think we drop on GME between now and ETF FTDs early November? Probably. If we don't run by the end of this week, I would expect us to return to the price we started the week at, right? So I would expect us to return to like the $25 range. Um, like if we don't see any other price improvement today, I would target like the $25 range by the end of the week. We might stay there and like that range, 25, like high 24, low 25 until the ETF FTD period. Are you out of your GME Opex position yet? No, because I think we'll still probably get a rally into the end of the day. And then I'll probably close it out. I don't have a huge GME Opex position this month. My Upstart position's much bigger, but well, Upstart was holding up a little better. Not a big fan of this though. I don't know. I guess I'll wait for both to both close my Upstart Novembers and move and sell my CCs. And same for GME. GME December 22nd out of the money looks decent. For what? Tell me bullish things about DLTR. What is that? Oh, wow. Dollar Tree had no Opex. Um, Jesus. Yeah, I mean, Dollar Tree looks really good. Nice price improvement. I had calls on this like a while back in like early September after they tanked on their earnings, but I closed them out. This is a big run. Nice breakout. I mean, they should be positioned to do well during a recession, right? I think that was something Turd was in a while back too. Simple thinking. I feels like MOASS event threat keeps long and shorts in line, but keeping the tension keeps the threat, which lets them leverage over time. It just feels so clean. Okay. I mean, I guess. If Fubo earnings for Fubo push the price up, could you see the reprice getting us to 6-7 by end of year? Yeah, I think that's possible. You may have mentioned already, but what targets are you looking for selling GME covered calls? I think that's going to depend on kind of where we end up towards the end of today. I mean, I'm not going to sell them very far out because we didn't get a run, right? So I'm not going to put too much theta on them, but maybe target like November 4th. I made money on Dollar Tree yesterday. You just didn't read my comment? Oh, I didn't see it. I know you were in it like after their earnings, right? Or you were talking about it after their earnings when they dropped? or maybe it was Dork. I can't remember, but I know I had a position back in like September that went up. Okay, it went up like 40% or something, and I sold it. Have you bought more SPX calls yet for a higher price target? Or are you waiting for a confirmation of some sort? I'm liking the way positioning's looking to the upside right now, but I'm waiting for earnings before I buy, like 4100s or something. Seems like now would be the time I normally sell CCs, and then 1269 rips my head off. Possible. I mean, shorting into this period is a little interesting, especially given that the market's maybe found a floor here. Let me see where that support is. I mean, here's the thing: is they're bringing us like right up to the hedge, right, and then slamming us down when the market downturns, right, and then they just cover back up to the hedge again. And so they're getting liquidity this way, and this is kind of what is ruining it for me. Is that we're not seeing any weakness in their hedge in the upper range, right? It's like a fucking rock. Like even if we cross a little bit, they're able to just kill the momentum immediately. Um okay, what was I looking for? SPX support to the downside. 3865 and 3860 are okay. They're not super strong. 3850 is pretty strong. And I think some of this is due to the capitulation at 3875. We could fill that gap. I don't like that. Ooh. Uh, Steeper than yesterday with more momentum too. Uh, a decent amount being traded around 3060. Anyone want to straddle Amazon tomorrow for earnings? I don't know if I want to straddle it for earnings. IV's already kind of high. It works a lot better to put pressure when people are actually interested in buying GME options. Yeah. I'm back and watch CFE streams. Decided to get some deep value plays. About 100 shares of value. Am I doing this right? Oh boy. Can you make sense of the SPY tanking? I think we're seeing like the sell off of like some of the 3875 like long positions. We should start to stabilize. There's a lot of support at 3850 on the call side. This range is a little weak though, so we can kind of fall through it. I thought metals are a liquid and fair market. Weren't you around for the nickel squeeze? What are you getting out of GME Opex positions near the end of the day today? Watching the minute candle and seeing how you're so relaxed totally helps you not panic sell. Thank you for that. I don't know if not panic selling is the best idea. Well, precious metals are a finite supply market, right? So demand can be manipulated, similar to like an illiquid stock, right? I lost some gains on my GME calls yesterday because I didn't take profits when I should have. Can you give me my $5 from our bet back to compensate me for a little of said loss? Absolutely not. Do you think this drop is because of Pulte not buying more? No. Value just declared a 25-cent dividend, and I wanted to get in on that so I could be the proud owner of 50 cents by the end of the year. Nice, man. I'm checking out Citadel's new New York City trading floor. Doesn't look like the apes are winning. This trading floor and building are beyond gorgeous. I've seen the building. It's really nice. Upstart IV crushing on Jan 60s. Yeah, Upstart IV's dropping, but I'm not really worried about the IV on the Jan 60s. Not very much. Opex panic sell is back on the menu. Yeah, probably. Microsoft down 6%, Google down 7. It certainly feels like the beginning of the real recession. Yeah, it's starting to. And with bad earnings in the rest of the week, potentially. It could be we could move back into like that 3,800, 3,750 range on SPX. I ended up stopping at my SPY calls and bought some puts, which are now up significantly. Thanks for what you do. Yeah, no problem, man. Roll some of these Upstart, I guess. Seems like a fair check of liquidity available. I mean, the market's tanking really hard, right? So they've got active fund sell-offs, which is beneficial for them, especially with the big put walls. The market makers hedging the downside pretty hard on both GME, Fubo. I mean, Fubo has huge put positions, right? It's really evident there. Are you keeping your Upstart position? Most of it, not the November. No Opex, I don't think. Maybe another bounce up to like 27. But that'll depend on if the market finds support. Well, basically right here. The market needs to find support in like the 30, 38.50 range. And if it moves up into the end of the day, we might like GME might move back up to 27. And like we might cross back above VWAP on some of these, but that's probably about it. Some hope into FTDs for next week. They'll probably be okay, but remember, ETF FTDs are only like a 10 to 15% price improvement. So it's not huge, but you can make some money on it. Is this factored into the melt up thesis? Just really bad earnings going into Q4? Partially, yeah. The VIX is starting to cool, but it's not cooled off enough yet. I mean, we're still... So by November 4th, I think 80% of the earnings will be reported for the S&P. And that's kind of when I'm targeting the downside. But right now, I mean, we're still seeing call buying on SPX. SPX mostly today, unfazed by yesterday's earnings. We're up quite a bit this morning, right? So it still looks like that the market maker deleveraging has more strength than the negative earnings, at least for Microsoft and Meta, or Microsoft and was it Meta? If we don't find, yeah, okay. So no support at 38.50. Ah, yeah. If we don't find support here at 38.50, I'm closing a bunch of shit. Looks like end of day straddles are back on the table. Not yet. We have to slip back below the market maker hedge on the SPX, which is at like 3,800. We can't even sell CCs on Rev. This is ridiculous. It's delisted. What the fuck? Yeah, no problem, Bull Bear Pig. Congrats, man. I need to close my cat position, I think. Yeah. Ah, fuck. Maybe not. Wait till end of day. I don't think it's gonna slip like back below 194, but actually I don't think their earnings are gonna be that bad either, but fuck, that's tough. Hmm. December. RevRQ, it still has an options chain. Yeah, but new options can't be opened, right? So you can't sell to open. SPX is better to trade than the SPY. I mean, depends what you're doing. It can be. It's way more expensive. Like SPXW or SPX like AM, they're index options. I mean, I don't like it. I still think we're finding some support now on the SPX in the 38.50 range. That's good. I came real close to selling a bunch of shit right there. CSP's on SPXS, and the next market upswing might be my play. Okay. Yeah, I mean, usually the IV is pretty elevated on them. Hey man, I'm working up with a small port. It was up bigly yesterday, but settled today for small profit. I got lessons to learn about controlling emotions. I'm getting there. Thanks, dude. No problem, Luke. Congratulations, man. I mean, a win's a win, even if it's not the win that you wanted, right? This is it. Lost another one. At least this one I went in with the right size and it didn't destroy me. I've lost so much running into these plays. Completely my fault. I mean, maybe don't play them. There's opportunity to catch profits on them, but if you're not gonna take that, then at least some of it off the table, then you're gonna be in a rough position. Diamond handed spy puts all week. Time for meta earnings to tank it more. We'll see. I mean, meta earnings I think might be already pretty priced in. That's kind of the problem. Is a lot of the earnings that we're seeing now aren't they're not bad enough not to already be priced in. What's obnoxious, BMG? Funny how SPY moves up $10 and GME goes up and down the same range it has all week. Well, that's because there's a fuck ton of negative gamma on GME to the upside. Like a brick fucking wall. Which I tried to warn people about on Monday. Fuck this. Uh, 30s might get a bump. I don't think these are gonna get one. Uh, yeah, Upstart will hang on for a second. You put the price back up on SPX. Thank you. Um, Jimmy Ivy back to 90. Yeah, it's tanking. What are your thoughts on Jimmy FTDs? Small bump, nice run. It's usually just a small bump. August was kind of excessive. Generally speaking, ETF FTDs are like 10 to 15% price improvement. That might be a higher percentage now since the split, but I don't think it's going to be too crazy. I'll get some calls for it. I usually do. I'll sell someone $3 calls if they're dumb enough to buy them. Hmm. Right. It's 5. All right. I'll sell someone $3 calls if they're dumb enough to buy. Are we collectively disappointed now? I'd say so. Do you think there's a decent price to sell CSPs on Google shares with the intent to then sell covered calls? Do you think it will be a lot cheaper in a few months? Maybe? Oh, what did I want to do? I need to... Hold on 1 second. Sorry. All right. Do you think there's a decent price to sell CSPs on Google shares with the intent to then sell CCs? I don't think the price is bad. I mean, it's right around. I think I'm a little bit below cost basis today, but not enough for me to like average down. So I'm not buying. I'm not buying any more Google at this price. I do have another buy on Google, kind of targeted at like the maybe like the $80 range for probably next quarter before any of the effects are really felt from the layoffs. I was targeting like 80, I think it was like 85, 50, right around there. I think it's possible that we see those prices on the next leg down in the market. What worries me the most with GME right now is that if the Fed pulls back their rate increase, the market's going to rally hard and probably with a lot of volume. And given the amount of pressure already on GME, it could run, and that might blow off the potential for November Opex early, and it also might come unexpectedly. And the timing of that with the ETF FTDs is a little concerning. I mean, it's good that it would fall during the ETF FTD period, right? Because I can get exposure for that time frame. But it would worry me that if it ran too hard for November OPEX, right? Because if too much liquidity is unlocked, then that weakens the potential of the OPEX, right? Dixie is starting to cool off. I know. I have it open on my other screen. I usually keep an eye on it. I think it's below what, 110 now? Yeah. Keep selling them CCs. I mean, I will, right? Mm, the fuck? Sorry, I'm just trying to fix this. Hmm. God damn it. Cool. CC's not worth selling. CC's aren't too bad right now. I sold some. I'll sell more at the end of the day. Why would Jimmy run a few days after the meeting rather than on the 3rd? Which meeting? Well, ETF FTDs start on the 3rd, but they carry on for 6 days. So it's 6 total trading days. They usually peak on around T plus 3. So the third day of the period, which I believe falls on the let's say it falls on the 7th or 8th. So 7th or 8th will probably be the peak of ETF FTDs. Doesn't Canada's interest rates follow US policy, meaning decrease in rate hike equals market rally? It could. Except Canada's leading with their rate hike. Also, I don't think they're matched in their rate. CC's not worth selling monthly Opex. Okay. If anybody needs a stock to cheer themselves up, I recommend Mercedes-Benz. Why? Apple switching to C-type chargers confirmed. I mean, not good for Apple's like earnings, right? But yeah, I think EU's kind of pressured them into it. So for Upstart, we gotta wait for ETF FTD period and then Opex, I guess. Yeah. I don't know if I'm gonna carry my Novembers through the ETF FTD period on Upstart though. I'll probably try to sell them into the end of the day today. And then roll that position forward for January or January or December. I'm not sure yet. Oh, I'm gonna end of day straddle so hard. I'll probably straddle the end of the day. I don't really have a lot of positioning left on SPX, so I don't see why not. Mercedes had fantastic earnings. Oh, okay. Kenna's trying to psych JPOW out, but they don't know he's not paying attention to them. Bad for Apple's earnings, i.e. bad for S&P 500. I mean, yes, but Apple is not the entirety of the S&P, and it's also already priced down quite a lot. Is it possible to set a limit buy order for upwards price action? Or does your stop and limit have to be below the trading price? Yes, you can do that. You can place conditional orders on some brokerages. Like if that underlying price hits X, you place the order. What do you think has a stronger run for ETF FTD covering period? Upstart or GME? Because GME is in a lot more ETFs. Upstart's been tapping its ETFs a lot harder. So they're really just not the same. Am I shadow banned or are my questions so bad they don't deserve an answer? I don't think maybe I just didn't see it. Why would Opex run into Thursday? Would Opex run into Thursday since there was a bank holiday? When was there a bank holiday? Are you talking about Columbus Day? That doesn't affect this week. Have you ever considered the possibility that short hedge funds are keeping prices just suppressed so you keep your shirt on? I don't know about that. I don't ignore you all the time, Darth. I just don't directly respond to the things you say. I see them. I just don't respond to them. Official October Opex question count 500. Nice. Not same as ignored. Lightning cable sales make up a large portion of the S&P 500 revenues. We're fucked. Thank you, Ben. What about the 54-day deferral for when OPEX occurs the week England appoints an Indian prime minister? That's not a thing. I just saw the news that your building was stormed by protesters with pitchforks. Are you safe? I think so. I think security's got it on lockdown. Have you ever actually met any of your mods? What if it's all just AI? I mean, if Carl's an AI, he's the most advanced AI I've ever met. I miss the days when I was bullish for every green tick and that every red tick was due to crime. It was more fun, I'm sure. Good idea to buy short dated puts on Amazon, Meta, Apple as a hedge for my 1121 SPY 382s. Why didn't you just sell your 382s when they were in the money? Am I sentient yet? That'd be cool, but they'd turn me off. Yeah, we would have to. About time SS protested outside Girk's office. All those CCs he sold to us. But you've sold CCs to me too. What do you think is more disappointment right now? Retail because the hedgies didn't cover, or the hedgies because retail didn't pump the price up for them to short it back down? That's a good question. Do I have a record of being timed out 7 times before market open? Nice. So for a newbie with not a lot of money, is it best to just sit out these next days because of earnings? Yes, it's very unpredictable. Unless you can afford to get straddles, or play something more, uh, something with limited risk, then yeah, I would say it's kind of dangerous into the end of the week. Check out Grocery Outlet. Where the fuck do you find these companies? Are you just using the Market Chameleon scanner again? Any information on them? Insiders are selling off. That's probably not a good sign. Oh, maybe it was the vice chairman because he left. Ultimate delivery, Uber, blah, 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 blah. Revenue growth is picking up, so benefiting from inflation a little bit there. Okay. Took quite a hit to their cash flow this year. Not bad, actually. I think I'm like 30, 36, 40. 40 seems a bit out of reach unless you're targeting like really long term, but We hear more about Stefan's alpha male status now. Ew, gross. I think November could be the confirmation if Opex is dead or still going. I mean, it's going to be for me. If nothing happens in November and we don't like the obligations aren't built up enough by then, that's it. I'm just selling cover calls on GME until liquidity picks back up again. How do you describe Elizabeth Arden owing Rev 1.2 billion and Rev owing Elizabeth Arden 1.2 billion? What? Are you talking about like Brandco? That was like taken over by one of their lenders. When you do an SPX, or in my case, SPY straddle, how far out do you set your DTE? For overnights? It depends on how long of a range you're targeting. If it's just for overnight, then like 3, 5, or 7 DTE, depending on volatility in the market. If the market's not very volatile, a little more time. You're just trying to offset the overnight theta decay there, really. Why are there so many deep in the money puts on Baba? There's been big short positions on Baba for a while now, so what expiration? Was the rest of the market having liquidity affect GME price, even when GME is still illiquid? Well, otherwise you need interest directly on GME. Can't tell if the SEC took down or just failed to upload the 1025 Form 144. Interesting. Are you seeing earnings have a big effect on the SPY over the next couple of days? Or are you staying in this area? I mean, we could fall as low back to as low as like 37.50, depending on earnings. There's some room to the downside there. I don't know if we will. Why are there so many deep in the money puts on Baba? 123 for 180, 250 strike price when it's currently 65. Why buy that far in the money? It shorts the stock. So if you buy deep in the money puts, it shorts the underlying. The market maker has to hedge, and they do it by selling the underlying shares. Did Moonwind sell 25 CCs on GME on Friday? If not, then I think we found our reason for no pegs. We're just digging in the dockets, and those are the two largest claims. Oh, okay. Yeah, I think that has something to do with their debt arrangement with Brandco, if I'm not mistaken. I haven't really looked through a lot of the bankruptcy filings. That's not my area of expertise. I don't know. I'm not a lawyer. Carl's Luti is lower than Rev's stock price. Hey Gert, close the last of my Opex positions. Up like 4K this week. Thanks for all the advice and educational rants. No problem, man. Yeah, I mean some things hit. The market rally was really good. The meme stocks, meh. Some of them did better than others, but not a lot of running anywhere. some of the like more obscure ones seem to run a lot. I guess BBBY being the most significant of the ones that ran during this period. They're down a little bit today though. Do you still think the SPY will bounce, or will we just keep falling into the end of the day? We'll see. I mean, this is kind of the last leg of support I'm looking for. If this is done, I'm probably I'm not too confident on how the SPY is going to perform until tonight. I should actually straddle this price point. Hold on, give me a second. Why does Netflix seem like unstoppable bull? Based on TA Magic, do you see it eventually dropping back into support or going up into the previous resistance? Um, and it's still filling this gap, so I'd say 330 to the upside is still possible. Unless we see a big turnaround in the market. I mean, they did good, right? So investors are willing to buy it at pretty cheap prices. Oh shit. Fuck. What's there no market data coming in? What the fuck is going on here? Opex over, you think? Yeah, it doesn't look good. There we go. Okay, I don't know what the fuck's going on there. One of my data feeds is down. That's on Nvidia or AMD? For what? Upside? I wouldn't go long on either one right now. Bankruptcy is one of those areas where you really are a specialist, like workers' comp or family. Yeah, I agree. It's I mean, I know a little bit about bankruptcy, but probably not enough to extract anything meaningful from the court proceedings. I know they want their debt, renegotiated with minimal friction. That would be best. I was looking for a window to average down my GME cost basis. When do you expect the best time for that? Between November 11th and 18th. I was looking for a window. Hey, Grukowski, can you please ask Carl to post updated Upstart FTDs in the Discord? Do we have the list out yet? We don't have a new update. Isn't the last one pinned? I think this is the last one we have. I'll post it in the Discord. One sec. Which Discord? I'll just post it in general. Real question is sell cat December's before earnings. I'm torn too. I understand. I'm not really sure if uh I'm not really sure if I'm gonna sell them before or after. I might hold through. I have a lot more confidence in cat earnings, obviously, than I do anything like big tech. But cat's still very exposed to like the big tech earnings, right? Worth rolling December Upstart to Jan prior to November Opex or just hold? I have 30, 35, 40. I'm the most underwater as those are the first ones I entered. December Upstart to Jan prior to November Opex or just hold. You can offset some of your theta decay by rolling forward. But if there's no, like, if there's price improvement for the ETF FTD period, I'll probably close some Upstart positioning and then buy back in. Hmm. Buy back in for the period before November OPEX. Obviously, as long as they stay on Reg Show. I'm a specialist now, the hard way. Fair enough. You think we'll see Upstart squart soon? How long can they keep a stock on Reg Show before it gets unsustainable? All right, well, through the ETF FTD period, they're going to get a little more liquidity. So if they can hold off a run until then they can get back some liquidity, probably without pumping the price too hard. You know, maybe like we'll see another like 10% move like we did on the early October ETF FTDs. After that, or early September ETF FTDs, after that, they'll probably short it back down into the $20 range, which is where I'll enter more positioning for like November OPEX. 2022. I mean, somewhere in there. I think buy pressure's really strong at 20. Buying back your Upstart November puts. I closed out of them when we dropped below VWAP already. I had stops on them. So yeah, those are bought back, but I'll probably sell more if it continues to dip. Fubo upside down intraday cup and handle. Hashtag hype gang. Uh, inverse cup and handles are super fucking bearish, by the way. Why is the market tanking so hard now? I mean, it's not. It's still really volatile, but I wouldn't say it's tanking hard, and we're still significantly up over the last few days. I think you just need to look at a longer time frame, maybe. The market's been just rocketing up for several days now. So downside for Nvidia or AMD? Yes, but I'd be cautious entering it until the market's kind of reached the apex of its rally. Just because like positioning's not really very good right now. But yeah, I'm definitely playing the downside of Nvidia. I'm buying fairly far dated put positions on that. I'm gonna start DCAing into it if the SPX crosses over 3,900. Sam, I learned some very basic and broad stuff about it, but nothing that would get into the weeds like you would need. Yeah, we'd we'd have to find somebody with like actual bankruptcy experience to evaluate it better. I'm just not selling because I already lost all the money. So why bother? I can just hold it. I mean, like if I want to, I could sell it for next year for the write off. Thoughts on entering Boyle at these prices? I kind of like it. I think it's going to see some price improvement. That's my other nat gas play. So I'm in BP and Boyle. Those are the two that I'm interested in. What do you think triggered this sell off? Long call capitulation. Uh, too much of the call, like the call delta went into the money, and that triggered a sell when it hit resistance, which led to another sell off and another sell off, and so we fell below the majority of the like the call interest on SPX. I think it's building back up right now. So it looks good for a move up into the end of the day. Very similar to yesterday, right? Like just exuberance triggered long selling. But there's still no put positioning of any note, right? So we drift down until the longs kind of sell off. And then people start buying long again. And then we can move back up into that range. Like just actual fairly natural price discovery. Obviously the market's still a little volatile, so it's moving in a broader range, but check TMs. I sent you my Guybrush stream card. That's pretty awesome. Pigeon teeth. I'll have to use that. What is the ETF period date wise? November 3rd through 11th. I'll start putting it in the daily if I start writing them tomorrow again. Do these prices for Fubo look good to add more shares, or you think it will dip lower? I want to sell more CCs, and my cost basis is 377. I actually don't like selling cover calls right now on Fubo because earnings is so close. I mean, I guess you could sell them into the like end of the week or something, but you're not gonna pick up a lot of money. Thanks for all the work you do. Sold my GM position on the last run at 50. Got out at break even. If it weren't for you, I would have been a massive bag holder. Thank you. No problem, DC. Congratulations, man. I just got back. Smart to hold onto Upstart Jans. I'm holding the Upstart Januaries. And re-enter later. I'm thinking, I'm leaning to hang on to them to keep exposure. Thoughts? Yeah, I'm pretty confident holding my Upstart Januaries. I'm gonna wait for end of day and see if I can get some more covered calls pushed out. Um, let's see, I'm out of my CSPs. I'll probably close November's relatively soon. It's it's in a different situation than GME. You have to understand that because of Reg Show. So positioning on it isn't the same as like GME Opex positioning. Like I to some extent need to keep exposure open because obviously periods of ETF FTDs or periods of OPEX have a higher chance of seeing covering, but we could see covering happen at any time because it is on Reg Show and it has been on Reg Show for so long. And so it makes it more expensive to continue holding coverage on it. Don't forget that, and so try to offset, your theta decay as much as you can. Try to position in a way where you're not super exposed to near-term price volatility or small amounts of price volatility. So you don't want to be too close to the money until you're near a period where uh, upside price action has higher potential. SPX finding support here at 3840. Yeah, it looks like it. We climb back up over this. This is kind of a key resistance. And climbing back up over it implies that we're starting to see a little bit more call pressure, right? Versus if we were seeing put pressure gain strength at 3800, we probably would have kept drifting down. Fubo 350 CSP leaps to pay for $4 leaps. Seems like a good idea. Yeah, it actually doesn't seem bad. Like synthetic long position. Is there leverage on that positioning? I know Fubo puts were overpriced before, but I'm not sure how overpriced they are now. Jan. So 64 cents to buy 68-cent calls. Uh, I might go wider on it. Like I might go 350 and 450 instead of the 50-cent range. Just so it's net credit, right? Instead of net debit. No, I haven't sold any January Upstart calls. It was an 18% spread though, so I'm like, fair. Have you thought more about doing a 5K account? I might start it in the we're gonna have some lulls between like end of this week and November OPEX. So yeah, maybe. I've thought about it more and more. For gas, I've been looking at vet. Okay. I've been talking about it since February. It was a very good play, it still is. I just wanted to enter at 16, but my money's locked in GME. Now I can and might enter. Is that one that I looked at? Hold on, let me look at my list. Million energy. Interesting. What exposure do you think they have to the European markets? I know you're in Europe. thought they were just Canada. It looks decent for some price improvement. Like the technicals look good, but I'm not sure how much profitability there is with European exposure there. What happened to GME $35 calls? I'm down 68%. I have no idea. I closed mine. Wait, I'm still seeing the buy button for rev calls. How? Oh, you can buy ones that already exist. They're not unbuyable. You just can't open new ones. There's no new contracts being opened. The contracts that exist can continue to trade. I even tried to sell my RevRQ calls at market and they won't fill. That's possible. You might have to wait for something to happen. SPX gonna drop all the way to open and then bounce right above the gap. Are you seeing a gap in the 9:59 to 10 1-minute candles, or is my chart whack? 9:59. No, this looks like it's already filled. There's a little gap to the upside here at like 1:38.55. I'm not playing McDonald's earnings. They're probably okay. They had a lot of success with the adult Happy Meal or whatever the hell that was. I'm retiring from calls, I swear. I can't do options, have my job on the side. I mean, yeah, you have to if you have like a full-time job where you're not able to watch your contracts, you need to either you need to have options positions that are like much longer term, or you need to be like selling options, something where you don't need to watch them constantly. You can't effectively trade options if you're working full time and you can't pay attention. If you're working full time and you can watch them, that's fine, but is December enough time for out of the money Boyle calls? December 70 is what I'm looking at. I don't know if I'd target that high of a price. Probably not. No. I would imagine December is not enough. You'd want to buy them through winter. Holding Jan 23, 237.50 calls. Watching them crash the last few days. Not sure if there's anything volatile enough to see a pump. Thoughts? It doesn't look like it. I mean, without the hedge capitulating, there's not going to be any volatility increase, right? Volatility will remain low or in the current range. Can anything crazy good come from this initial rev meeting on Friday? Maybe. Uh, I think all 4 meetings really need to be completed, but yeah, it's possible that if the first omnibus hearing goes really well, that more interest could pick up. At this point, like I'm done speculating on Revlon, right? There's 4 omnibus hearings uh over this month and the next 3 months. October, November, December, and January. I would expect that we would have to wait until at least the end of those to see significant price improvement or any potential for a turnaround. And I don't think anyone's going to make any big moves until the issues with their debt are settled, right? So if someone were to make a big move on Revlon, like a buyout or something of that nature, going private, we're not going to see that until the debt's renegotiated and that's all settled, right? And sometimes that process can happen pretty quickly. It can happen in like 4 or 5 months. The average is about 17. But if the issues are complex and debtors are unyielding, uh, it can drag out for years. Some brokers don't support market orders on OTC. Yeah, that's also true. With potentially another Opex, is anyone you, Quanti? I'm looking into something we may be missing. Oh, I don't think we missed anything on this one. I just don't think there's enough pressure for us to break up. I think the setup and everything was there. I think it was pretty obvious, you know, that everything was in place. Just simply didn't have enough upside pressure. So no covering during this period, right? Their obligations are not high enough for them to cover anything. But as far as like the data and the setup and everything goes, spot on. I mean, we still went up right into the hedge wall. We just can't break it. And we need that extra catalyst from them actually covering obligations to drive us further up. I think a little too much hope on the market catalyzing that. But that's something that me and JFresh have disagreed on for a long time. JFresh is very, very much of the opinion that the options positioning and movement of that sentiment to the bull side is all that pushes the Opex. And I think that it's partially that, but more the synthetic liquidity that's created being covered. I don't even know if we still disagree on that anymore, but we did for a long time. They're in Canada and Europe. They have fields in Croatia, Slovakia, Hungary. Their assets in Europe produce 35% of total corporate production. Okay, that's interesting. That's not something that I readily found about them. Maybe I'll dig into them a little more. I wouldn't mind like a third nat gas play. Their unwillingness to push past 2750 is actually bullish. It means there's significant exposure above. I mean, there is. It's if we break, it becomes very, very dangerous position for them. Yeah, I'm gonna continue to hold Upstart Januaries. They don't really see a significant amount of decline in their value until like late November. I'll probably average them down a little bit over the next few weeks. If there's significant movement for ETF FTDs, I'll close them and reposition, right? You're holding your November 30s until end of day or end of week? Probably end of day. I don't know if I want to straddle or strangle. Markle's volatile enough that I think a short-term strangle might double print, especially if we gap again. I don't think you're wrong. I mean, I just straddled the resistance here on SPX, but I have some calls for like some 0DTE calls for end of day. You think 95 is the bottom for Alphabet until next earnings? Not necessarily. Like I said, I have a buy target for Google at 85.50. So I it could potentially drop lower. I'm guessing my Ko-Fis are getting shadow banned. Did it not go through? I'll check. Did you say something so unbelievably egregious that it didn't even Oh, okay. Sorry, I didn't see that. All jokes aside, the gained knowledge I have been able to accumulate is enough to turn a straight guy gay for the weekend. Also, sorry to hear about the attempted poisoning. Try papaya enzyme to relieve your tummy. Works like magic for me when I have too much white in there. Oh, Jesus Christ. Thank you, Kendra, I think. That's on BlackRock cutting that one iShares core ETF fee from 25% to 0.05%, done for purposes of washing shares or some other ETF bullshit. And they're cutting their management fees to encourage investors to come in. That's why they're doing it. They want more business. They're not getting enough volume on the ETF to sustain it, so they're cutting fees in order to encourage more people to come in. I've never understood people who run marathons. Like, what's the enjoyment of running 26.2 miles? I don't know. Maybe like runner's high. Tell the Mods to stop silencing the SS crowd in chat. That just confirms their bias and doesn't give them a chance to learn. I don't know who did they silence. They just like try to come in and talk shit because they don't know what the fuck is going on. They assume that everything's about GME, which it's just not. GME was the smallest of the positions that I had on this Opex for options. You are not the comedic relief we need, but you're the comedic relief we deserve. Yeah, thanks Kendra for being that. I get runner's high from eating hot peppers. Really? That doesn't seem right. Dixie just keeps cratering. I mean, that should be bullish for the markets. What about a burpees high? Oh, I mean, yeah, you can get kind of burnout doing those pretty quick too. Runner's high is like the worst kind of high. I've experienced it, and a J is much more enjoyable. I don't know. Some people maybe. I have no idea why people run marathons. They're really bored. Both release endorphins in your bloodstream. That's where the high comes from. Is it me or Upstart Jan 60 a great buy? They're pretty cheap right now. Ivy's getting priced down a bit. I mean, they're not cheap enough that I'm going to average them down, but they're pretty cheap. Is GME ever going to go up again? Well, I'm giving it one more chance in November. And then I'm just selling flat strangles on it until it fucking they announce something. Well, looks like I shivved the bet again. Closed out when S&P broke 3850. Same calls are back up 0.15 since I sold. At least they were green. Here's to November, brother. Cheers, Celtic. I mean, there's nothing wrong with a stop here. If I had less theta, I would have stopped out back here also. So you didn't. I don't think you made a mistake with that one. Do you ever look at U.S. defense contractor companies? Yeah. What about them? I mean, not a lot, but I do watch them. Like mostly LMT and Raytheon, but like Lockheed and Raytheon. Is there like a specific one that you're interested in, or just the sector in general? They tend to do well when there's conflict, which there is right now. Win 24/7 stream. Terrible. So, so because I generally trade options, LMT is not my favorite. Things like LMT, Costco, EPAM, DDS, they have fairly illiquid options chains because the price of the options is so expensive. Um, Chipotle is like another one. Price target for Upstart in November. I mean, probably still towards Gamma Max. I'd imagine that after Opex, with November calls selling off and repositioning, we'll see Gamma Max kind of rise on Upstart again. I really don't know how much like ETF FTDs we're gonna see there. We don't have the newest report, so we're still waiting on that. Hey Carl, did you ever do ETF FTDs for Upstart? I know we have them somewhere. I just can't remember where. I think maybe Atomic did them. Twenty-seven CC is a bit risky. I sold 2750s, so kind of at the apex of that negative gamma. I only sold about 300 contracts though. I'd watch you stream the futures market. I mean, I don't trade futures all the time. Some days I do. It's weird to me that Jimmy isn't bouncing as hard as the SPX. Something seems off about GME, how it used to move. Well, there's significantly less calls on the chain, right? So way less hedging per 1% or like per point move, right? This just in, Atlanta Fed GDP estimate now 3.1 versus previous 2.9. Well, that's good. A little more bullish. Not great for the Fed's goals, but good for the GDP. Thoughts on MA earnings, price action? Visa did very well. Credit card debt at peaks, so good for credit card companies. I mean, they make most of their money on utilization, not on debt, right? So, credit card debt being high just implies that people are using their cards a lot. Consumer sentiment's a better measure of like Visa and MasterCard performance. But yeah, I think they're both doing pretty well right now. I posted the MMFTDs, but not ETF FTDs. Let me ask. Let me see if he's around. I'll probably get an answer. I know it's somewhere on the Discord. I just can't find it. Oh, thank you, Carl. Upstart ETFs. Decent, but not really excessive until like the 22nd, 23rd, 26th period. The fails on Upstart itself are much higher. Upstart's not in a lot of ETFs. Oh, thanks. Best way to learn about futures. I'll have to think about it. I know John Murphy had a book on futures. I'm not a wasn't like a huge fan of it. Um hmm. Trying to remember the guy's fucking name. Markets and profile might have been it. That sounds. Oh, Hull. Fuck, I can't remember the title. Options, futures, and other derivatives, something like that. I have it. I have it around here somewhere. If I find it, I'll let you know. But I think it's by Hull. Hull. Thank you guys for sending me the FTDs. I appreciate it. Are you officially calling it a Opex or waiting for it to revert? I don't like the potential anymore. There's too much strength in the 2750 resistance. We're not getting through. I don't think. Especially not with the market pulling back. And there's not enough like volume in the market to really push the active funds. So like that wall is just like a fucking rock. We've tested it how many times over the last 2 days without advancing at all? T plus 35 includes weekends, right? Yes. Does that matter when a stock is reg showed, or is everything T2? It matters when a stock is reg showed if the fails are marked long. I will say that tracking MMFTDs is mostly useless unless they're exorbitantly high. Any sense in waiting till end of day to see if the market bounces and recovers some value? I mean, it doesn't look like it. Yeah, oh, the pressure on Upstart's like it's outperforming GME, but it's still performing very similar to GME, right? Back to 24. I mean, the SPX slipped like the higher range of this here. So it slipped like the higher range of this trend. Kind of fell into this lower range. I slipped that too a little bit. We'll have to see if it continues to find support in this just like sub 3850 range. Because the 3850 0 DT is just sold off immediately on the test. Pretty big sweeps on those. I didn't say you were wrong. I said the period wasn't over. Also, no obligations were covered. We just moved up with the market. Just buy a copy of Hull's book on eBay for $7. Nice, man. When do 13s usually drop? What are you talking about? Like 13Fs? Oh, okay. Um, 45 days from the end of 45 days from the end of each quarter, I believe. For each of the first 3 calendar quarters. And then one within 45 days of the end of the year. So I think the next the next deadline is December. It should be December 31st. So 45 days from now, it'd be like mid-February. The next round of filings will be done by November something. Middle of November. It's usually like the 14th, 15th, or 16th of the month. I don't have a calendar up. I'd imagine November would probably be like, it'll be right in that range. No problem. Find support here again, or is it done? Hour and a half till market close. That's fine. Ooh. If we go back to 24, I'll just load up on bull puts again. I like the stock. Careful, watch gamma neutral on those spreads. $7 million volume yesterday. Any value in playing 1 DTs tomorrow? I might pick up some like first thing in the morning just for like a quick scalp. But we're almost back at the same price, so it'll depend what we hit today. But if we come back below the next strike, like 25, yeah, if we fall below 25.50 or 25, I wouldn't expect there to be a lot of exposure. Yeah, back to straddles? Maybe. I mean, I have it straddled right now. I'm still probably going to position the upside once earnings are over. But we'll see how they turn out. Oh well, back to making 50K a month on covered calls. Yeah. How can you define or tell certain options have been sold off? By looking at the OI. By monitoring the OI every day. Curious your thoughts on FATH, doing some DD into it. I know it's a small float. But the charts look pretty good. It took something small positionally with long dated in the money calls. I'll take a look at it. Oh, it's being uplisted? When is it being uplisted? Okay, so it's already uplisted. Not a lot of news on this. I don't know what they do. Fathom Digital Manufacturing? I mean, it sounds like it's not a real company. They're not projected to make any money for the next year. 3 years. I don't know. Their margins have been moving up though. Do you know what they do? Or is it just like a D-SPAC kind of play? If SPX drops below 3,800, do you still think it could bounce back to test 4,000? I think that'll depend on the Fed move for November. If we fall below 3,800, as long as VIX continues to cool, then there's potential for uh more short positioning. We're not seeing it opened yet though, so I'm not super worried about the downside. I kept my Jimmy weeklies. Was it dumb? Maybe. I can't help it. Probably. Makes sense to sell some CCs tomorrow during the morning if there's a little pop instead of on this downtrend. Yeah, you could. I mean, obviously selling into declining IV is not ideal. I sold some earlier that are up about 30% already. The biggest problem I have is I can't sell above the hedge, so I can't like full port into CCs right now because the risk is too high. I mean, I guess I could. I could sell them, above Gamma Max and just fucking like pennies per contract. What are those? 10 cents a contract. It's almost not worth it. What do you think SPY 11.4 385? I'd wait to see where we bottom out today and maybe wait for earnings. Upstart's still on reg show. Yeah, it's also inversing the market right now, which is kind of interesting. What's the trick to optimizing CCs? Is there a format you follow? No, because everything's different every week, right? There's no trick to optimizing them. It just depends on how much risk you want to take selling them. Obviously, if you sell them and you expect the price of the underlying to drop hard, that's very disadvantageous because your core position is losing tons of value while you make a few cents. But yeah, I mean, like generally, I consider our low to be somewhere around gamma neutral and our potential high to be somewhere around gamma max. So if I'm selling like in periods where no price action is expected, then I'm probably gonna sell below gamma max, which is riskier, but I'm not worried about potential upside. And if I'm selling during a period where a break of gamma max is possible, then doesn't mean it'll happen, but if it's possible, then I'll usually wait and see if something happens. If it doesn't, then I'll sell like at gamma max for the rest of the period. Fubu inversing as well. I mean, more that it's just holding up, but yeah, it's doing okay. It's not really moving up. It's just not falling. Looks like we're retesting our low again. So all of the call pressure that built up on the last test just died at the test of 38.50. Is Opex over? Yeah, I would say so. I mean, we've got an hour and a half. I don't think anything drastic is going to change between now and then. I've had cat before. Swan. I listen to you every day. I almost never do exactly what you say. I listen, absorb, then apply to my own strategy. Choose my own stocks and strikes. People want a handhold on a dynamic system. I know. You think tomorrow morning might be a better time to sell CCs on GME? Potentially, there could be a small bump. There's earnings tonight, which could affect that greatly. Is it better than right now? Probably. Are we going to climb back over 26, 2650? Maybe not. How are you feeling? Any better since Kenny poisoned you? No, I'm still super nauseous. Thanks, Carl. Oh. I'm just gonna set stops on these for now into the end of the day. I'll see if I can get a better price, but I don't want to get a lower one. It was fun being a bull while it lasted. Back to full bear. I don't know if it's we're in a transitory period. Bullishness is transitory. I'm definitely not ready to go full bear yet, but I'm not feeling very full bull either. I kind of want to sell this short leg on this straddle though. Maybe we get back to 38.25. Ah. Really feels like a lot of sideways trading for the next few weeks. I could see that. The bulls are coming in pretty strong this morning with the increases on OI at like 39 and 4,000. We'll see how they position today with the new low. Kanye is a useful idiot. Maybe instead of Parlor, we could approach him to purchase Revlon with lofty promises of products like Yi Scara and Concealer. So what happened with that? Like he got dropped by Adidas or something for saying like anti-Semitic shit. He got dropped by everyone. Oh, okay. That's okay. That's kind of all I know about it. He's losing athletes from his agency brand also. Just like you've got billions of dollars, shut the fuck up. Oh yeah, not anymore. He doesn't. There's like two kind of rich people. There's rich people who have like their value is in the things they own, right? Like they're wealthy. And these people can basically say whatever the fuck they want. Because if people don't like them, they'll still be wealthy, right? But then you have like people who are just rich and it's based on popularity. These people should never say anything in public, ever. They should say 0 words in public. They probably shouldn't say anything in private either. Because if social sentiment turns against them, they lose everything they have. But for some reason, these people are very careful about what they say in public. These people are not. Intrinsic versus extrinsic? Yeah. Like, don't go out and say anti-Semitic shit. I mean, you shouldn't say anti-Semitic shit anyway, but you definitely don't go out and say it in public when all of your net worth is based on the belief that you're cool. No, there's rich people who eat keto puffs and bad muscles, but who am I to judge? All right, well, I'm not going to argue it. Thanks for being a chill stockhead. I've learned a lot from you, especially how to stay calm and be selective on entries. It's been a rough year. Just found out the wife has cancer. Need to make money so I can take the family on vacation. Oh shit, I'm sorry to hear that, Space Monkey. I wish her the best, man. I hope she recovers and gets into remission, man. That sucks. He didn't say anti-Semitic shit. He was taunting Adidas and said they couldn't fire him even if he did say something anti-Semitic. Oh, that worked out well for him. I'm just popping in during my dash to ask how Opex is doing. Opex dead. Yeah, Opex, all potential for Opex I think is pretty dead at this point. GB to 18 before next Opex? Oh, that'd be cool. If it drops to 22, I'll start selling $20 CSPs. You got it, man. Sold 2655s today at the high for a juicy premium. Already up more than 50%. Nice. Not hopium or anything, but another blind Thursday Opex would be hilariously confusing. Don't say that to me. You think Cat picks a direction after earnings, or do you think my iron condors are safe? Right now with the market conditions, I'd say your bigger risk is to the downside, but you're probably safe. With positive earnings, how much upside do you think V has? I could move up as high as 210. I have December calls on V. I'm probably not going to close them due to their earnings. I was going to, but generally V performs pretty well after they report good earnings. It's a pretty popular like boomer stock, so it could keep moving up. Upstart looking kind of good for power hour. Holding on to my November calls. Okay. I'm thinking about selling some covered calls on it, just into like the end of the week. Before you started streaming, you were posting Reddit like TA and updates, correct? I can't remember how long you did that before the streaming. It was a little while, like maybe like a month or two. First Opex, I'm happy with all my plays. CSPs and calls, exit up 50-60%. CC's already up 45%. Green is green. Well, I'm liking that I'm hearing people are making money on this one, even though it's, meh. Uh, so that's exciting. Looks like people captured some profits for the most part. And there's a few complainers. It seems most people got out with some gain or minimal loss. So that's always good. I mean, that's how OPEX should really be handled. Is that we should just not expect the moon, but it could happen. Jesus Christ, man, so many sex bots today. Also, I'm out of my puts on GME. This may be the first time I hope my favorite stock gets short into oblivion, so I can profit off the hedgie's demise. Made some nice 9 to 10% on shares because I can't trade options anymore. That was Opex for me with no worries of IV crash. Yeah, you can always do that. I think I closed down GME 12%, so I lost about 3 grand, but I'm up 4 grand on the CCs I sold already. That just offsets it. Made 200 to 300% on a 27C. So even though it's a 10 bagger, I'm not complaining. I mean, at least I got a little pump this time. September fucking sucked. September and August were by far the two shittiest OPEXs we've ever had. August was terrible because it just went down. And then September sucked because it just didn't do anything. So at least we got like a pump this time, which is encouraging. Not much of one. I lost 75% on this Opex, but I only started with $40. So there's that. Fair enough, Poker Degen. So this one's, I mean, provided we don't see any more price improvement this week, this OPEX would have topped out at 12%, 12.15% move up, which is very low still. That's really weird. Huh. wonder. Oh. Um, and it really looks like they haven't done much with XRT since like July, since the split. Like, let me just show this to Dork. No, it's no Opex. It's not that. It's kind of something else I'm noticing here. Maybe that just means nothing. Do you expect another pop? Another pop for Upstart? I mean, the next period would be like its ETF FTD period. Same time as GME's. Is it because the stock is more liquid? Yeah, that's what I'm not sure of. Like, I'm not sure if the thing I'm looking at is just due to the split, or if it's like a change in trend of something. Maybe they haven't used XRT because XRT still doesn't have the split shares. That's possible. So June was the rebalance, and that's before the split. Then July 22nd is the split. That means that the next ETF rebalance is September, though. But then September, we don't see any. Hmm. If Google missed earnings, won't Meta miss today? I think so, yeah. But I think Meta's miss is probably priced in. I took some profits yesterday, but I'm riding the rest of these motherfuckers into the ground. What? Why? Just stubbornness? I'm up 50% on my 11/18/35 C sold today. The IV dump is real. Yeah, IV's dumping hard. AKA a meta beat could lead to unexpected upside. But what are they going to beat on? Just buy pressure and volume market wide is just evaporated. Yeah. Interesting. Market down big today, flat tomorrow, then rocket on Amazon earnings again because they didn't miss. I don't know if Amazon will miss. Amazon's been cutting back a lot, right? Especially over the last quarter. Has anybody gotten an Amazon package in 2 days since like the middle of this year? I don't really know if it's melting down. It's still in the upside range. Like this is the daily. This is not indicative of a meltdown. They're gonna miss a lot. That's why they had two separate Amazon Prime sales. I mean, that's good for them, right? It turns their inventory into cash. That's not bad for them, right? It drives up seller volume. You think there'll be an opportunity to go long SPX by the end of the week? Maybe, yeah. After earnings are in. Tech is it's not that tech's falling apart. Tech is massively overvalued. L Vanderland, thank you so much for becoming a billionaire, man. I appreciate it. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added after the stream.
Happy birthday, girl.
Can you please invert the charts so my calls look better? That's not gonna fix your calls. What happened to the market? A lot of call sell-offs. I think shorter dated, but hard to say until I see the OI after tonight. What's like crypto decoupling from index movements? It's having a bit of a rally right now. I have several times, but there's a warehouse close by. I don't think I've gotten anything from Amazon in like less than 3 days for a couple months now. So that's it for GME this cycle. I mean, it's it for GME till end of next week and the week after. So yeah, I mean, it's like it's not a very long lull, but for the next 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 trading days, not much is gonna happen. And then we have a period with some potential, really for. I really don't think we're going to see a lot of movement into the end of next week. I think most of it will be on the 7th or 8th. And then another lull for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 trading days until November Opex. It's times like these where I'm glad I only have shares. I mean, are there shares underwater? Losses, same like loss. Amazon lies to me about delivery dates all the time, but I still use them. Yeah. I mean, they also have AWS to lean on, which is a huge, huge part of their revenue. This Opex didn't work out as planned, but I just want to say there's money to be made on almost every call you make. Yes, I lost on Rev. To err is human. To make money, divine. Thank you. You got it, 6. But Jimmy CCs, do you let them expire worthless or buy them back when they're just about worthless? That depends. If we start to see some price action in November 3rd, I'll buy them back. Like any positive price action. I get kind of skittish with them because we've had ETF FTDs run on like day 2 of the ETF FTDs, and that's scary as shit. Like nothing worse than having your zero DTEs rocket into the money. So yeah, sometimes when I sell cover calls into the ETF FTD period, I'll buy them back a little early. Same for Opex. So I generally don't let them expire. If I sell them on an Opex run, then I'll let them expire because like we're never going to peak that high again. What's the theta decay on shares? I don't know. It depends on if the company's making fucking money or not. GME currently isn't making much money. You know, if revenues are going like this, shares are going like that also. So that is theta decay. It's not measured as theta decay, but the passage of time reduces the value. Still decay. Oh, that's a nice little bounce. A little better range. Play Power Hour? Thinking about it. There's something. BlackBerry and Amazon are supposed to be advancing Ivy and some other stuff next year. I still think the BB bull case is sound long. Yeah, I agree. If you're gonna go really long on it, I don't dislike BlackBerry, but it's definitely a long term buy and hold. Are you saying we looked at ETF FTs for Upstart because you mean we need a lot of buy pressure to get the short positions to capitulate? No, just because they need to use their ETFs on Upstart to generate liquidity. Otherwise, like if they don't lean on the ETF, then they have to increase the borrow rates. What's your SPY conservative target for the bear rally if no bad news comes in? I mean, we already breached it. My conservative target was 3,800, and we smashed right through that. I think if earnings aren't too bad, middling, um, and we start to see more call positioning, we might move up higher. More importantly, I just don't think we're going to see a ton of very bearish positioning until after the Fed meeting. How do we time the ETF FTDs again? I usually buy calls like the Friday before the middle part of the period. So So generally they fall on like Thursday, Friday, and then Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, like in that range of the following time period. So it's like sometimes they're a little earlier, sometimes later, but you have 6 days. I generally buy calls to try to cover these. Very rarely do we run on the first day, and we basically are already done running by the time day 5 and 6 hit. Although with minimal Opex price pressure, you know, that minimizes the amount of ETF FTDs. And the ETF FTDs created during this Opex, like the October Opex period, we saw like a 12% increase. Those aren't realized until the beginning of December. How do you know which 6 days? It's the T plus 6 plus 35 plus 3 period following the previous OPEX. So you go from the previous options expiration. Yeah. Just nothing but call sell-offs today. Gross. Could this be a small pullback in SPX since we rocketed up so fast? Yeah, absolutely. And it's a pullback because like long positions sold out. So the question is, are we going to see them reposition again on the upside? Here comes 38.25, just like you predicted. We had a lot of opportunities to bounce before we hit 38.25. This isn't good. If we fall below 3,800, it's actually kind of bearish into the end of the week. When next get rich day? um, let's see. Maybe Friday for SPX. Tomorrow, not too sure. It'll depend on earnings tonight, which I don't think are gonna be very good. I would say honestly, SPX for next week is kind of interesting. Um, for the meme stuff, nothing until probably like November 7th, 8th. Um, other than that, Caterpillar could be pretty interesting tonight. I mean, it's earnings. We'll see what it does. Bear call spreads for meta earnings, or do you hate it? I don't hate it. Are meta earnings like? Is there like a lot of positioning? Like, is IV like up super fucking high or something? Yeah, I mean, it's not the worst. I would be afraid that too much damage is already priced in, and their earnings aren't going to be as bad as projected. I mean, that's why I'd kind of stay away from this. Are you going full bull if Jimmy gets shorted to 19? Yeah. Yeah, if they short Jimmy back down through 20, I'm definitely going full bull. And anytime we hit those price levels, like institutions start buying calls on GME, and that's a good time. Like before March, we saw a lot of that. Help me feel bullish. I'm rather depressed. You know, less than 2 weeks ago, the SPY was at $3,500. It's now up like 326 points from there. And Cat is the only stock I've seen you gain emotional attachment to. Don't deny it. It's because it just so perfectly does what I want it to do every single fucking time. I like never have to think about it. I just buy calls and it goes up. What's the hedge fund like? What's that hedge fund like? Roblox or something that has played GME cycles? Renaissance. Renaissance will likes to buy calls on GME when it moves like 2 standard deviations away from VWAP. Calls and shares. They buy like big chunks of shares when that happens, which really fucks up liquidity. Do you ever give out SPX 0 DTE plays? I mean, 0 DTE on SPX right now is very risky. The markets are still kind of volatile, and we have these like massive intraday swings. If you hit them, you can make a shitload of money. Um, but you know they're definitely risky as fuck. I did because your information of the hedge. I timed the top and sold CCs. I'm up bigly. Thanks, man. You got it, dude. Congratulations. Look on the bright side, Macy's hit GM from 6 weeks ago. If you'd bought enough theta to allow for a September or October Opex, calls at GM printed today for 200% returns. Yeah, I'm out of Macy's, so that's cool. This Opex was interesting. I mean, with the market rally, you know, I did really well on a lot of plays that were not meme stock related, but all the meme stock shit was meh. Probably about break even once I'm done selling cover calls. Just a big nothing burger. March XPX puts looking good. I'm not ready to position into them yet, but I will eventually. SPX humbled me really hard last week. Weren't you long? Or were you still playing the short side? So no pecs since May. Uh I would argue that August we saw one, but fair. I've only played 3 or 4, but this is my best. Good job managing it. I mean, I think people are learning to manage it better. When nothing happens next up, does that mean meme stocks are dead? I mean, not dead, but dying. We'll see. We'll see what happens for November. Would be really interesting if the Fed does pull back rates or just doesn't advance with a 0.75. If the Fed advances with 0.5, the market will start to pick up some bullish momentum into November Opex. And that's interesting. I mean, Brendan and Ella's Fun Adventure. If that's the case, right? Like if that shit we saw, and it was shit in August, was August OPEX, right? And they just de-risked early across the whole basket, which, you know, that's what OPEX is. It's a risk, like a risk off event that covers this whole basket of stocks we look at. And they all ran, you know, even fucking Upstart ran, and it has almost no historical Opex correlations, right? If that's the case, right, and they de-risked in August, then we're not out of time, right? November would be the deadline if that's the case. Um, Man, March fucked everything up this year. Imagine if the whole year had just run on F man like it was supposed to. It would have been so much better. CCs intensify. If that week where it moved up and down 200 BPS either way, I hit the wrong direction twice, rage traded, oof. That's gonna set you back. Sorry to hear that, man. What mean when SPY retraces 100% intraday? You mean 100 BPS? Was today just the last of the calls running up the price to jump out? Or the MM playing games with bulls and bears? Not really. I just here's the deal. We're not seeing leveraged longs yet. We're seeing a lot of like short dated long positions. Right, and they kind of we kind of reached the end of those long positions, so the market maker is still actually hedging up. um but you know, the call volume obviously helps the price ride up faster. I think once those all went in the money, they very just quickly capitulated because bulls are scared, right? Like they're not confident in upside, mostly because we still have earnings and the Fed increase, right? So, you know, we're moving up with the call pressure. Those calls sell off. You know, we saw another little sell off of calls, and now we're kind of bottomed out. There's really no positioning below or above us at this point where we're sitting now. So it'll depend where people leverage their money into the end of today, into tomorrow morning. If they leverage the, you know, upside again, we're probably going to move up. And I just don't see a lot of reason to leverage the downside. So I think we can continue to expect this maybe for the rest of the week, where you know, advantage is taken of the bullish market maker pressure, and then we kind of just slump down into the end of the day when profits are taken. I think once the earnings are done, more confidence will be established. It's okay. I'm almost back to my starting capital. Fuck. Just a couple more weeks of conservative premium selling. That sucks. I'm sorry, man. Why did RC and Icon seller box GME? Don't they know that Supersonic owns the float multiple times over, or are currently in the process of locking the float one time through DRS? Yeah. So as long as we're facing a bear market, we should expect any big runs to be short, followed by periods of consolidation. Short and grind, like, well, not that they'll be short, but they can be very grindy, right? So the market maker pressure continues to push up on the upside, but with the absence of, you know, speculators, that 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 movement can be really slow. If you guys remember the last bear rally, remember it was just happening on like no volume, just this like slow, shitty grind up that seemed like it was never going to stop. I mean, it's we're in a similar setup and situation now. So November last Hopex before Basket Death. And it's the last one I'm playing unless Jimmy gets on Reg Show or something like that. And then if one happens and we start seeing like another round of interest or big obligations, then you know, I'll sell CCs into it and wait and see if they're increasing again. Look at Upstart volume, basically zero. Bullish. Um, I don't know if it's bullish. It doesn't really mean anything. What's the volume today? It can't be that low. The volume's 3.74. It's declining. I mean, yeah, they're running out of liquidity. Yeah, Upstart's still on. I mean, there's always another opportunity in the market. I don't care one way or another. Over the last 6 months, I've made way more money off other shit than I have off Opex. What are your thoughts on car stock split potential? It'd be really good for its options chain if they did. I don't I don't know why they would split their stock. Are there like rumors circulating that they will? What are your thoughts on Upstart earnings on the 8th? I don't know. It could be a trigger point though. And before Upstart delisted because if that happens, we're just going to the futures market. There'll be no more equities. Yeah, I mean, Upstart bouncing in this channel between 20 and 25 is profitable if you play it right. I've made a lot of money on Upstart CSPs and naked puts. It's been really good. The amount of like skew is making the puts so expensive that they're just super profitable. And we have that like really nice hard floor at 20. I'm not sure why everyone's getting so bearish on Opexes. We had a decent run when one wasn't really expected. It looks more like it's positioning for a run during the expected time in November. I mean, if what we're seeing on GME continues to increase, like and liquidity continues to drive down over the next few weeks, I'm actually gonna go hard on November. Like I'm gonna buy a lot of calls for November OPEX. SS quit saying they own the float multiple times over a while back. Oh, that's good. If we get shorted down to sub 20, how far will you go with calls? December monthlies? Probably, yeah. Maybe January for liquidity. What do you got, turd? Right? That's oh, the IV30. Yeah, it's driving down really hard. But there were other times we had big drop-offs in IV30. Trying to make it cheap to cover upside hedges. I agree. I think we're going to see more grind, though, in the bottom range. The only thing that worries me is we're so illiquid, right? That, like, I really don't like not having exposure. Actually, SS likely owns. I mean, likely is not accurate, right? I mean, they obviously don't. Institutions still own it. The whole float isn't DRS. So whether they own it or not, it's not provable. I mean, probably, I would say that probably the float may be owned. It seems likely that it's at least fully owned, but institutions are still a large part of that ownership. So there's always that liquidity there. Institutions owning GME doesn't prove retail doesn't own the float, does it? I mean, institutions have their holdings in like holding companies, right? And like you know, they're in their name. So I mean, the shares that they own, at least initially, before they start lending them and rehypothecating them, are real. I mean, it just doesn't matter if the float is owned or it's not owned. It's completely fucking irrelevant. Volume on GME is so low. It just hit 3 million. I mean, it's better than it was last week, but low volume drives down volatility. I think there's a chance Bobby runs hard for November Opex. I mean, it'll run with the basket, right? I would say if Bobby has any advantage, it's that it has more short interest. Why did GME volume randomly spike yesterday? I mean, we had some T+2 covering, just not a lot. Do you think DRS thing started because the big financial guys thought if retail owned the company, they could delist it and get out of their shorts? No, I don't think so. I think they take advantage of the fact that GME has such a high number of its shares DRS'd because it takes far less capital to move it, right? So if you're trying to generate volatility to short, the more shares DRS'd, the less energy it takes to create the volatility, less capital to drive price action. Upstarts has more SI than Bobby. Bullish as fuck. Well, I mean, Upstart's been on Reg Show for a while. Of course it does. It's been shorted very, very hard. Looking forward to the part of the story when the computer share website says 100%, nothing happens, and then everyone sells, and then it actually MOASses. Oh yeah, there's a part of me that wants to hold my GME until there is a mass sell-off. Imagine all those recalls. Oh god. Can you explain to us in simple language how they short volatility? But you don't really have to use they. It's a specific group of funds that are big into the volatility short market. Basically, you sell calls, naked calls, or get volatility swaps, and then you use shorting to drive the volatility and the price action on the underlying down. If something's, volatility will always return to a low. Like nothing stays volatile forever, right? So it's a very attractive short. I'm just glad your pickle picks are such fire that we can make all the money back. We burn away each Opex. Yeah, gotta recharge the Tesla. Something I noticed a few weeks after the split was the bid ask moving closer. Well, that's because it's more liquid, right? So yeah, the bid ask has been moving closer. Like liquidity in GME is there's more shares, right? And so you lose that spread. But when we have pressure on the stock, the spread still gets really wide. So, but the spread does also split, right? So we went from like a 40-cent spread down to like a 10-cent spread after the split. People sell splits, encourage selling. Even though we've seen more DRS, that doesn't mean other investors haven't walked away. It would simply get too expensive at some point to drive it down further, right? Yeah. Also, don't forget theta. When you're shorting, especially when you're shorting by buying like in the money puts, theta is always working against your position. The only risk for Upstart is earnings, I guess. I mean, or do you think more shorts are going to come in with it on reg show? I'm not really that scared of that, honestly. Are you still bullish on GME? Yeah, I just think it's going to take a long time to turn around. I mean, like I'm in it for the long term, one way or another. Who's the counterparty taking the opposite side of that vol short? I mean, market makers, right? They don't give a shit. They're neutral. They want to sell calls and they want to sell puts and they want to make the market and they want to make their spreads. How about share sell-offs on bad earnings? It could happen. I think most of the share sell-offs that were going to occur on Upstart have already occurred. Did you roll your November Upstart to December yet? I've closed my November Upstart. I haven't opened my December position yet. Besides, I mean, I have December calls, but besides those, I haven't opened new ones. I know you don't care for MMTLP, but it's gonna squeeze hard. I wish you guys the best. Even though Upstart in the descending triangle seems to have a $20 a hard floor, how exactly can they keep browning Upstart? Eventually, something's got to give. I don't know what that term means, but yeah, eventually. I mean, that's why I'm interested in Upstart, right? Because something has to give. I'm guaranteed that my GME shares won't be sold until 2025. I mean, ideally, GME would drop below the strike you sold them at, and then you would be able to buy back the calls. Do you still have November Upstart puts? I closed them out. They were up like a little over 80%. What's the max percent of your port you would dedicate to the next cat run? Up? Are you 4-0 or 3-0? Every time you nail it. There's been more than 4 runs on cat that I've made money on. I think it's like 5 or 6. But I don't know. This time I actually dedicated like fucking a lot of my options positioning to Caterpillar. I don't know. 10, 15%. I don't really like add more. I mean, I only had more in it this time because it was an accident, right? I'm still kind of faced with the question of what to do with my cat, the rest of my cat position tonight. I really don't know. It did bounce back up, so I didn't get stopped out. Yeah, Kraft Heinz is good value. How long do you think this run of SPX is going to last? All the way into November Fed meeting? But that's not very far from now. I'm out of all my calls, but worried price may keep running, and puts are still quite expensive. I mean, that should tell you what you need to know about how long this can last. Until puts get cheaper, like I don't think a lot of people want to buy them. What's the thesis on Upstart? I mean, they're using massive amounts of synthetic liquidity to continue shorting it while it's on reg show. Eventually, that has to be resolved. Is it better to sell CCs in the morning when there's that morning bump? If there's a morning bump, yeah. I saw a downturn late in the afternoon. I mean, I'm just selling a lot of them like pretty far out of the money. So, I mean, the difference for me now is like I'm going to sell them at 11 cents a contract or, 12 cents a contract in the morning. I really just don't give a shit. Omu Shell, welcome to Billionaire, man. Thank you so much. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream.
Happy birthday, Gurk.
Who needs Opex and you have Cat and Visa? I don't know how much longer to hold Visa for either. I gotta think about that too. I have like 190s. Yeah, that's a good question. Oh shit. Oh, I definitely fucked this up. Hey Gurk, looking for ideas on how to hedge a defined risk credit spread. Sold 27.28 spread, and it moves deep in the money. Thanks. Bear put? Oh, call credit. I mean, you are hedged. You could buy an extra call. Or sell an extra call. Or your risk is already defined. I'm not sure what you're hedging at that point. It just, I mean, if it's hitting risk and you don't like it, you can always just close it out. What did you do? I forgot to close my Tesla calls. It's okay. I mean, they're still up, but wait, did I get out like just in time? Oh, nice. This wasn't me. I didn't have that many Tesla calls. Just FYI. Totally not me. No, I just forgot that I bought Tesla calls. Tesla dead? I don't know. It looks like it's already recovering higher. Just a little sell off. Greg is the goat. Thank you for all the education. Feel better. We need you at peak health. Also, favorite Gurk time. Do you sleep in that hut? Yeah, it keeps the ideas inside my head. Do the funds use larger market? Thank you, Mr. Sadman. Do the funds use larger market future options to take advantage of market conditions? Everyone on edge and engineer a downturn to create liquidity during Opex. Potentially, yeah. I mean, if they could get people to sell. How high could Cat run on Hood earnings? Why would Cat run off of Robin Hood earnings? No, that wasn't me selling my Tesla calls. I only had 20 calls. It's fucking ridiculous. Um I mean I clearly sold in an ideal moment, but that was just coincidence. CME's FedWatch tool projects an 89% probability the Fed does a 75 BPS increase this week, then 55% probability of 50 in December. No bad economic data. Market full bull into the end of the year. There's a possibility. I don't think it's out of the question that we could see a rally in the markets until the end of the year. I didn't have 20,000 calls on Tesla. I really only had 20 calls. I just happened to exit at a very opportune moment. And maybe not even opportune. It looks like it's bouncing. So, but on what fundamentals? I mean, markets driven by hedging and cheaper calls than puts right now. Don't I mean you're focused on the fundamentals, but don't forget that someone's always buying the S&P, right? Someone's always buying stocks. There's a constant flow of capital into the markets. Even when it slows to a trickle, it's always there. Every fucking week, 30% of Americans that have matching 401ks get paid, and that money goes right into the fucking market. It goes into mutual funds that track the index. They go out and buy all the underlying stocks, which drives those stocks up and drives the index up. Same as Burry focusing on fundamentals and predicting crashes every year. Not to mention they've already, the Fed's just been pulling back economic growth so hard, as hard as they can, right? Which drives liquidity out of the markets. But remember, it also stabilizes them in a way. Alphabet getting cheaper. You might get your order filled. I really hope so. I'm very happy to own Google at 85. If we get a long bear market rally, that's going to obliterate the vol shorts like in August. Bullish for all my stocks. Someone's always selling too. True. But for a market crash, you need everyone to agree to sell at once. And that's a little hard to get right now. Wheat has negative beta. Hold on. Oh, I was doing so good. I'm just like covered in sweat. Jesus Christ. Literally. Fed must raise interest rates, JPAT. Hold my glass of Pappy Van Winkle. If more money went into the market in 2020 versus the 20 years previous 20 years combined, and each 2 weeks more and more money goes into the market, then why are stocks not like 20x their current price? I mean, stocks are all trading at absurd PE ratios. Pretty much like across the board. Almost everything in the S&P is trading at a PE ratio that is just unsustainable. Full bull into end of year, barring no bad data. Market tank after Q1, Q2, when forward projections are revised and margins pulled back. Feel like I'm learning, but I'll still stumble my way into losses. I mean, that's kind of where my head's at right now, at least. I think the bigger macroeconomic factors and like dealing with like treasuries and foreign currency, dollar liquidity, I think those are mostly stabilized for now. And the reaction of central banks to stabilize those as they break out is very strong. So you sold your rev shares? No, I sold the ones in WeBull because you can't trade them, and WeBull wasn't tracking them. But I'm just gonna use the money to buy more back in Schwab. I was just kind of waiting for it to dip lower. I'll use that to average down from $6. Big wheat might be yummy, thanks. 75% humidity and 70 degrees out there in New York City. It's gross today. I don't know. I have the air conditioner on. I can't help sending you charts. It's one of those days. Jesus. So this is IV. Is this where are you pulling the IV data from? Is this just from Market Chameleon? Ah, okay. About 11 for $27 GME puts after the last bounce above 27. Up 42%, and I'm leaning towards closing those out now. Thoughts? About 11 for 27 GME puts. Leaning towards closing those out for now. Yeah, I mean, you don't have a lot of time to realize a lot of downside, but you're also in the money, so you don't have to worry about theta decay as much. Meta prediction pool, I think hit a little too hard, maybe. But I also have no desire to play it. How much have you lost today? Not much. I don't know. I'm up on a lot today. Okay, this is what I'm going to do on Cat. I'm going to sell half. That's the smart thing to do. Whatever happened to your TQQQ position? Closed it out. I think, did I close it out Monday? Midday Monday? Sell 90%? Well, I mean, I'm already super profitable on Cat. I can let a few calls ride into earnings and see how it goes. They're in the money. I don't think it'll overnight below 185, so some of the positions fairly protected. I decided to sell my Cat at 300%. Thanks for the pickles picks. Cat earning, I believe cat earnings are in the AM. So they're tomorrow morning before market open. How are pickles picks not financial advice? Well, because I can't give financial advice. Not in a legal sense. I'm not a financial advisor, nor do I have any knowledge of anybody's positions. Talking about stocks and discussing analysis on them is not financial advice, because in the end of the day, whatever you do with that information is up to you. There's lots of legal precedents for this if you want to go look it up. What SPX price are you going to start looking to pick up those $23 puts? Nope. I don't know. $23 puts. Oh, 2023 puts? I'd want it to rally higher before I bought those. VIX sub 25. Fuck man, I really I almost don't like I don't want to leverage it too hard, but Yeah, I would say at least VIX sub 25. Thoughts on straddling cat? I don't really want to. I'm not that concerned with the downside on it. I expect cat to have good earnings. I think most of the market expects cat to have pretty good earnings. I think people misconstrue what financial advice is because of like the Reddit meme of telling people like NFA, like not financial advice. It's like it wouldn't be financial advice if you told them what to do with their money. It's just not. You're not a financial advisor. To be held liable for that, you have to actually be a financial advisor. That person would have had to have retained or hired you in some way. You would have to be directly advising them on their positions. You'd have to know how much money they have, or you're actually trading on their behalf. And in which case, you're then licensed to give them financial advice. Kramer's been telling people to buy and sell stocks on TV for 20 fucking years. And he actually tells people to buy them or sell them. Yeah, and I would get compensated for the advice. And I'd get commissions. Ooh. This is a DGen infotainment channel. Yeah, right? Read the disclaimers. Do you think of the new cat lows below 160 once we near scary times? My cap, I mean, so the cool thing about cat is even though it's worth way more than it's trading at, it's got a lot of index correlation, right? So if the indices drop hard, cat will too. And that's fun for re-entry, right? Because cat isn't worth less. I was looking into a fund. What type of thing should I be looking into to know if it is worth it? I mean, performance metrics are obviously huge. You want to know how much they're charging to in management fees. You want to know how much they're charging in performance fees, and then obviously you have to understand the risk of putting your money into a hedge fund. It's pretty risky. They can lose all your money, and there's nothing you can fucking do about it a lot of times. Obviously, that's not their goal. Their goal is to make money, but they can. I mean, look at Melvin. Make sure that you like the strategy of the fund. It's some a strategy you agree with, or you can back with a thesis of your own. People don't realize the ability to get financial advice is limited to individuals that have something to lose, their license, employment, at a BD or IRA. Not a rando Calrissians on Reddit. Yeah. I'm very excited for Cat post recession. It's just the usual 90 days of theta I do. Is that enough for its reversal in really hard times market wide? It may not be. Um, but we'll approach that as the time comes, right? Like, I mean, got to see what happens first. Are you part of any get out the vote campaign? What the fuck is that? I don't even know what that means. One of the benefits of keeping your rev shares is you get to look at the 90% loss in your report every time. You consider holding that out of the money weekly overnight. They try to claim they've hedged 30% to the downside And if they lose a certain amount, they will make you whole. Okay, I mean, that seems like a solid agreement. I mean, unless they go bankrupt and then they can't, but. So they're like a bull fund? Generally, hedge funds are broken down into like a few strategies. One second, I gotta sell some CCs here, and we'll talk more about this. Yeah, I mean you can DM me about it, but most funds are like they're like long short equity. They're market neutral, merger arbitrage, which kind of like their edge is like on making arbitrage on the like value price of mergers and betting mergers go through or don't go through. Um, there's like convertible arbitrage, fixed income arbitrage, event driven strategies, like global macro, US macro. Um, they're short only, which is what Melvin was. Um, capital structure arbitrage. There's a lot of different ones, but generally most hedge funds fall into one of those categories. And you want to make sure that whatever you're investing into, it's a strategy that you like given the current market conditions. And that's one of the reasons that they want accredited investors, because they want people to know that the fund they're investing in and the risks involved. Supposedly, or it's just to keep poor people from making money. Telling people to get out and vote. I, no, I wouldn't say I'm involved in any type of campaign to motivate potential voters. Should people be taking financial advice from JFresh? No, he's cat. That's just stupid. I won't leave my trading desk. GG, see you on Discord or tomorrow. Get some rest. I hope your tummy feels better. Yeah, I'm gonna try to eat or drink something that's not water. I got sick during March Opex too. Have some consomme. That's what happens when Guybrush is slandered. Thanks. Listen, I put him on the screen again today. The price went up a little bit, and then it just tanked. How about this? Maybe Guybrush has no effect on the price action of the stocks we're watching. Ding ding. The day is done. Well, that was interesting. Let's see how everyone's earnings go. Who's up tonight? Was it Meta? Anyone else fun? Blasphemy? Guybrush is a curse. Shill, heresy. God, I hate fucking superstition. People should go out and vote regardless of their knowledge on the subjects they're voting on. Just like Blenderson Snooper harangued me for not DRSing. Not you, probably. Oh yeah, apples tonight. Yeah, is Apple tonight? I thought Apple was tomorrow. What day is today? Apple's tomorrow night. Meta and Ford. There was some other confusion about the Apple share offering, or Apple earnings rather. Buddy, don't roll your eyes, but I DM'd you the link to the most bullish investor videos of all time. I look forward to you watching it on 2x speed during your next porcelain pickle barrel deposit. Coming back to tell me you still think MMAT is trash. I love you. All right. Yeah, supposedly the Apple like investor app was saying that it was on the 26th. T-Doc tonight? I mean, that's not like a big earnings though. Do you not invest in Apple because you're allergic to it? Oh, I love their stock. I just hate their products. I don't buy their products. Today is Doug's day. She moved it. Bye bye, our sweet Opex has died. We took the Delta to the market, but the market was dry. And the D-Gen boys were buying calls till they cried, singing this'll be the day their port died. I don't know, it seems like most people got out okay. Minimal losses. Not a big one. I don't think anyone's expectations were more high than any other Opex. I missed what you mentioned about Snap. How's it gonna make white? I didn't say anything about Snap making white. If Meta has good earnings, Snap will move up though. A lot of people were buying calls on selling puts and buying calls on Snap, which is a bullish trend. Thanks, Alethea. We got Dougie today. I made 53% on this OPEX. If that's an OPEX, I'll take it. I mean, it is, right? I'm still diamond handing my calls. Gah. You always do though, turd. You never sell anything. Google's already moving by this point. What's the market doing? Come on, Meta. It's looking bullish so far. I think this is just anticipation. They haven't released any information yet. Time for Jimmy CCs, or did I miss my chance? I sold some more at close, but I'm sure you'll probably get another bump tomorrow morning with T+2 from yesterday. BlackRock HQ got stormed today with pitchforks. Are you okay? Yeah, they didn't make it up to my floor. I mean, it's nowhere near me. Thanks, guys. Sorry about no daily. I don't have much to say about the end of the day. We'll see where positioning lies and how earnings do. Still a lot of chop. Oh, great. Meta's gonna save the market. What a piece of shit. Well, my call on that was right, I guess. Should I have played it? No, I'm kind of glad I didn't. But yeah. Yeah, I don't have much to say. Meta earnings bumping things is good. Um that's about it. Yeah, it looks like it's up about 7% right now. Well, so this will cool, right? After the excitement will cool down, but earnings still not out. I think the preliminary part of it is. I straddled, but now I straddled SPX, but now I'm kind of pissed because I could have just sold my puts at close. And I'm probably gonna get blown out in the morning, but whatever. That's why you straddle. T-Doc ripping. Oh, cool. I have leaps on that. How's it doing? Like ripping hard or just a little bit? That's pretty good. Yeah. I mean, still below my fucking cost basis, but miss on EPS, beat on revenue. Well, that means they've been underpricing their or I mean, they've already taken a hit on revenues from Snap and Google, right? So it was just mispricing. Meta dead. It's just volatile. It's just gonna go nuts. Um yeah, I'll see you guys tomorrow. Have a good night, everybody. See you bright and early in the morning.
Kinney's Mayonnaise is a proud sponsor of Pickle Financial, so when you get a hankering for some creamy, delicious mayo after a long night of snorting, sweating, and pacing, grab some Kinney's.
It's yours?
No,
My mother said she found it in your closet.
I don't know. One of the guys must have...
Must have what?
Look, Dad, it's
Where
not...
did you get it?
Dad,
Answer me. Who taught you how to do this stuff?
You, all right? I learned it by watching you.
Parents who buy weeklies have children who buy weeklies.
Just some pickle themed fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult.
Rico. Sit, Krian. Sit. Good dog.
Hydrate.
Did you get any of that?
It's a good show.
Not an advisor. Frigulon.